Council will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is September 17th, 2024 at 6:01 PM. We'll begin this evening's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh, we didn't hear you.
Okay, I'm here.
He is here. We'll come back and figure
I
out
am
the audio.
here. Thank you.
Councilwoman Little Roberts. Here. Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Councilman Cavanagh, when you feel like you've just interject.
I will keep
when the
talking,
time
and
comes.
Mr. Mayor, I will.
Next up is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag. Our next item up is our community invocation, which tonight will be delivered by Pastor Troy Drake. If you would all please join us in the invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection. Pastor?
Mr. Mayor, council members, would you join me? Well, Lord God, thank you so much that we live in a free nation, and it's a great place with all its faults. And we appreciate our state in this community. And God, we just pray that you would be over all the elections that are coming up, that it's such a blessing that we get to choose our elected officials, those who represent us. And I just pray, God, that we would make good decisions and that you would influence us in the right way. And so we appreciate that we have this just great responsibility. And I pray that lots of people would do it. God, I also pray for our community and that we would have peace here when it comes to our first responders and those who are tasked with keeping the peace and so forth. I just ask God that, as your word says, that we would love you and love one another here. And so I just pray that we would have respect and kindness towards each other in our community. And of course, God, just here tonight with the city council decisions and so forth, I believe that you care about every decision that's made here. And so I just pray that you would give these good people wisdom in order to decide things that affect us all. And we just appreciate them, God, and ask that you would bless them, give them lots of grace in the work that they do on our behalf. And so we just pray all these things in your name, Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. And just for the record, it looks like Councilman Cavanagh is coming back in.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
We are still not hearing at this point in time.
Okay, I'll keep working on it.
With that, we'll move on to the next item up.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Shader.
I don't see any changes to the agenda. I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it, and the agenda is agreed to. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Shader.
I move that we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it, and the consent agenda was agreed to.
Mr. Mayor, we are having an audio issue. It is on our end. So I'm going to reboot the system, if that is okay, so we can get Councilman Cavanagh in.
Okay, let's do that. Do we need to take a recess to do this? We'll just take a few
It
minutes.
should be 3 to 4 minutes, I believe.
Okay, let's go ahead and we'll start off with the 5-minute recess. We'll come back and we'll be doing our proclamation after we reboot our audio system.
Councilman Cavanagh, can you hear us? If you can try to
I
talk
can hear you.
periodically. Those on
And-
Zoom can hear you, but we cannot. So we're trying to figure
That's
out the
correct. Yeah,
problem.
Zoom folks can hear me, but it's not coming up in the room. But I'll keep talking. That's not a problem for me to keep talking. I'll just, for the poor folks that are watching on Zoom that have to keep listening to me speak, I'm sorry. But I will just keep waxing poetic on all things nonsensical until the room feels like it's appropriate to bring me in. And thanks to our good city employees who are watching that flag for me that they could hear me, but that my voice is not able to go into the room. It is interesting if you are able to hear me. The video has now frozen in the room. That may be part of the rebooting process. And you are now all somewhat of a captive audience. I'm really sorry about all of that. So I'll just keep providing insight and input. And oh, looks like we're coming back with video, which is good. Maybe the video will get us a little bit closer. I guess if I'm unable to participate, then I'm just going to have to watch. And it looks like City Hall is now offline. Boy, this will make for a very interesting recording. I think I'll try and remain silent, at least maybe till the video comes back, and then we'll try it again.
Councilman Gaviner, can you hear us now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay.
We're good? I'm off mute. But I'll keep talking. I don't know if that fixes it. And certainly apologies to the public for having this go long. We've got a lengthy meeting, and I'm sorry that my being remote has caused this issue.
So during our budget meetings, we often will tell jokes to try to keep things light. But unfortunately, Councilman Cavanagh is our go-to. And so, sorry.
Well, and listen, for those that are remote, then I'll do my favorite knock knock joke that was told to me by my 8-year-old this week, which is knock knock. I'm sure all of you that are at home have now said, "Who's there?" I will then say interrupting cow, which caused you to say interrupting cow. But if we were there in person, I would interrupt you and say moo. So this joke does not work well in a remote environment. And I almost wish that I'm being pranked by all of City Hall to just talk incessantly under all things that aren't really important. So can you hear me now?
We gotcha.
Wow. Well, you missed a really terrible monologue with a really terrible joke. So I apologize, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the public's patience, and I'll turn the meeting back over to you.
All right, well, we will go ahead and, we have everybody? Yep, well, we'll go ahead and call it back from recess and go on to our next item, which was a proclamation. So if I could be joined up here by Tracy and Megan and whoever from the Idaho Diaper Bank, but it's great that we live in a state and a community that has a lot of nonprofits that help provide needs for people in the community. And there are all sorts of needs, and this is a very specific need, but a very important one in that context. So we are here to do a proclamation promoting National Diaper Need Awareness Week. So I will go ahead and do the proclamation, then turn it over to Tracy for any comments that you have. Okay. Whereas diaper need, the condition of not being able to afford a significant supply of clean diapers to keep babies and toddlers clean, dry, and healthy can adversely affect the health and well-being of children and their families. And whereas a supply of diapers is generally an eligibility requirement for babies and toddlers to participate in childcare programs and quality early education programs that enable children to thrive and parents to work. And whereas through their work of addressing diaper needs, diaper banks play a critical role in supporting families and improving infant health and well-being. And whereas diaper need is a public health issue and addressing diaper needs can lead to economic opportunity for the state's families and communities and improved health for children. And whereas Meridian is proud to be home to trusted community-based organizations, including the Idaho Diaper Bank, that fill this crucial role for families, the state, and our city. Therefore, I, Robert E. Simpson, proclaim the week of September 23rd through 29th, 2024 as National Diaper Need Awareness Week in the city of Meridian. Thank the Idaho Diaper Bank, their staff, volunteers, and donors for their unwavering service to our community to donate and support any family struggling with diaper need so that all Meridian's children and families can thrive and reach their full potential. Today, the 17th day of September, 2024. So thank you for all you do, and I'll turn the mic over to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Simonson and the council members here at Meridian. We really appreciate that you're bringing awareness to our diaper need. There is 1 in 2 babies in the state of Idaho are struggling with diaper need. That's about 43% of our households are living paycheck to paycheck and really don't know how they're going to diaper their babies. And so we really appreciate you bringing attention to the diaper awareness and the generosity of the community. So thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody signed up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, then with that, we will move on to our action items this evening. First item up is item 9, which is public hearing for Bladen subdivision H 2023-0043. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry,
That's good.
Councilwoman Strader.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just to let everybody know that the site was not posted as we require 10 days before this public hearing. And so this application needs to be continued. I would move that we continue it to April, or sorry, not April, October 8th.
Second.
Have a motion, a second to continue this public hearing to October 8th. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is continued. Next up is item 10, which is public hearing for Fernie MDA H 2024-0034. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Linda Ritter, Associate Planner. So tonight, we are here for a development agreement modification, the Fernie subdivision MDA. The site consists of 4.92 acres of land zoned IL and is located at 4160 Lenark Street. This site was denied annexation and zoning approval in 2020 because no development plan accompanied annexation requests but the application was withdrawn before the findings of denial were approved by city council. So the current plat consists of 2 building lots on the 4.93 acres. The subject property has a planned extension of an industrial collector street, East Lenark, that will bisect the property into 2 parcels, which accounts for the main reason for the preliminary plat. According to the submitted plat, the applicant is proposing self-storage buildings on the front parcel, which is about 2.89 acres, and a flex space building on the back parcel along the railroad corridor. In terms of the nearby adjacent development, there's an existing industrial zone into the west, developing flex and other industrial type buildings. The parcel directly abutting to the east is still a county RUT parcel that contains a single-family resident and still maintains some farm animals. Directly east of the county parcel is an ACHD facility that is currently under construction. So the county parcel to the east would be surrounded by industrial uses until that time, such time that that parcel develops. Because of the existing residential use to the east, the applicant was required to provide a landscape buffer to that use. But staff had a conversation with the homeowner and they anticipate selling the property once their parents decide to leave the home. So the applicant received a waiver from council to reduce the buffer along the parcel as the city anticipate the property will develop with industrial uses in the future. So per the UDC, approval of a preliminary plat, combined preliminary plat or final plat or short plat shall be null and void if the applicant fails to obtain the city engineer's signature on the final plat within 2 years of the approval. The applicant requested a time extension to record the final plat in June prior to the preliminary plat's expiration date. A 1-year extension was granted with a new expiration date of June 21st, 2025. The plat must be recorded by this date. So as far as the development agreement modification, staff has no objection to the applicant's request for the modification to remove condition B under section 5.1 and the addition of the proposed language with the following provisions. Only 1 building permit shall be issued with this provision, and the public works infrastructure shall be installed, inspected, and final prior to the issuance of any building permits. So the applicant did submit a final plat for review and approval, which was approved tonight under the consent agenda. The applicant was given a 1-year extension to receive the city's engineer, which expires June 21st, 2025. If the engineer's signature has not been received by the expiration date, the applicant will either let the plat lapse or request approval of a time extension by city council. Planning has approved a certificate of zoning compliance and design review for the multi-tenant flex space building to be constructed on the northern property. But the building permit cannot be issued until all the utilities and roadways has been installed and accepted by the city. And so at this time, I will take any questions that you may have on this application.
Thank you, Linda. Council, any questions for staff? Okay. Is the applicant here? The applicant like to come forward? State your name and address for the record, please.
Jeff Hatch with Hatch Design Architecture. Our address is 200 West 36th Street, Boise, Idaho, 83714. Good evening, Mayor Simonson and council members. Thank you for your consideration of our development agreement modification this evening. Do you have a brief presentation? Everybody hear me? Okay.
slideshow.
Apologize for the delay. So as Associate Planner Ritter indicated, the subject property is adjacent to some industrial land along Franklin, and this proposed project is going to be extending a portion of Lanark. Currently, the developer is working on a industrial building on the northern parcel. When this application originally came through, we were working with, at that time, Planner Dodson.
Can you get a little closer to the mic so everyone
Sorry.
can hear?
In 2020, this application was denied, and at that time, we were working with Planner Dodson, who had recommended that we propose a kind of independent storage on the north and southern parcels. And the feedback that we got with that denial was that we'd like to see more industrial land up against the railroad. And so we amended that for an approval for annexation with this industrial building. So I did want to clarify that it's not intended to be a flex building. This is intended to be a industrial building for this area as requested by City Council. And with that, we went ahead and submitted our CZC, got that approval. With that approval, we have submitted for our site LDIR approval and received that. Started construction on the roadway. We've gotten our final plat approval as of this evening. And the building permit is approved pending the final plat approval. And what comments we got in January of this year, which we've highlighted here from planning staff, was that our final plat was required to be provided with all plat improvements prior to the release of a certificate of occupancy. And so since January, we had been working under the understanding that we were to fulfill the final plat and the roadway and the infrastructure improvements with the certificate of occupancy. So both the development lending structure for the roadway and the building have been established with that intent. And so when it was brought to our attention in June that they're going to hold our building permit until that final plat based on the development agreement, that's what really spurred us to proceed with the request for the development agreement. So with that, we'd really be requesting two modifications. There's a modification for the property in accordance with the special condition. Just versus prior to building permit, we would be requesting that that be amended prior to certificate of occupancy. And then in subsection page 22, exhibit B, it also mentions that same verbiage. And so just for clarity, there would be two portions of the development agreement that we would want that verbiage modified to say prior to certificate of occupancy versus prior to building permit. With that, the most recent condition as far as the public works infrastructure shall be installed, we're currently under construction, and these are active photos as of today for that. We intend to have that roadway completed by mid-October, and right now we're working through a license agreement with the irrigation company to finalize the infrastructure in that area. In talking with the irrigation company, it's a little unique because we have a kind of main lateral going down from Franklin through this parcel and then connects along the railroad track. So versus a straightforward license agreement, this one was a little bit more involved. But with that, we have their blessing for construction. We have the final plat, and we're actively in construction, plus or minus 30 days for completion of that roadway. And so with that, our intent is not to occupy this building prior to satisfying the city's request of including the roadway, as well as the building. And so with that, we just respectfully request that if it would be a consideration, we would like to have that DA modified to just prior certificate of occupancy. To the consideration of Linda's most recent comment about the roadway completion, if the council would like an additional restriction on this request and would like us to bond for the balance of the roadway that is yet to be completed to date, that is something that we wanted to also provide as a consideration to council. Our intent with both the final plat approval today, as well as our active participation in construction and our pending building permit, as we intend to proceed with construction on the road and the building and satisfy all city requirements prior to certificate of occupancy. But just wanted to also provide that consideration that in regards to the road specifically, if there would be a desire for a bond for the infrastructure and roadway improvements that have yet to be constructed today, we would also provide that as a concession if that is the pleasure of the council. I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, so city staff, Linda had suggested some conditions to clarify that the public works infrastructure specifically be installed, inspected, and finalized prior to the issuance of any building permits. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is with your proposed change to certificate of occupancy, and appreciate the volunteering to bond for the roadway specifically, what do you propose regarding any other public works infrastructure? Would you propose that that be included within the bonding, or, you know, kind of help me understand that?
Councilmember Strader, that condition is a relatively new condition, although we have been working on this development agreement and final plat for several months. So it was a bit of a surprise that we would be essentially conditioned with an additional condition that basically negates the request for the DA that we are currently requesting. So in order to satisfy that concern, whatever would need to be bonded amongst that LDIR would essentially be a means of satisfying that request in the meantime for the next 30 days while that road is constructed.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
At the appropriate time, I think it would be great to hear some feedback from staff as well on this. If we could hear some feedback on the concept of bonding for public works infrastructure on the roadway as kind of a mitigation to that change to certificate of occupancy. And it sounds like eliminating the second kind of condition that staff had proposed. I just would like to hear from staff what their reaction is to that solution.
Now seems like a great time. He came down here in person. You know, why not here?
Mr. Mayor and Councilwoman Strader. So typically, we would require all the infrastructure be done, inspected, finalized prior to building permit issuance for a couple different reasons. One, there's water infrastructure in there. There's a fire hydrant there. If that's not inspected and final before the building goes up, then we have no fire protection for the building. That's one kind of major concern of mine. I'm not saying that this development would do this, but if we've been caught in the past where we release a building permit for a building in a development, not this development, other developments, and we haven't finalized the infrastructure, then the building gets done, the infrastructure still isn't finalized. Then we're under the increased pressure of the tenants want to move in. They want occupancy. People want to move into the building. The infrastructure is still not final, and we're kind of in a tough situation there.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, that's helpful. I guess I would be curious as to your reaction to that. I certainly think that we have required this as our standard practice for a reason. And I guess I'd like you to explain specifically why this provision wouldn't work for you.
Councilmember Strader, great question. So in regards to the first comment in regards to fire suppression, since our roadway actually leads to this development, that access requires that fire suppression to the building be installed, and our building is fire sprinklered. And so in order to build the building, we would have to put in the fire system that is requested. Typically, we work with the fire department directly, and they do provide some provisions as far as what they want to see on site prior to going vertical and when that fire suppression system needs to be installed. So I feel like we can work with the city inspectors in order to satisfy that request with the fire department. The second comment in regards to concerns of occupying the building prior to the infrastructure. One, the DEA and the final plat are both clearly declaring that we can't do that. We have to satisfy the final plat and the roadway prior to occupancy. That's declared in this DA. And secondly, the road that we're proposing to build has to be constructed to access this facility because we're accessed on the east side of it. So unlike a subdivision where you can build out a substantial amount of site and have access to multiple lots amongst that roadway without actually completing, we're talking about a relatively limited scope section of roadway, and that limited scope is also our only access to the facility.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
Sorry, anyone feel free to jump in. But what infrastructure would not be installed prior to the issuance of a building permit? Like why, if you don't want to meet this provision, then what infrastructure would not be in place that we would normally expect to be in place at the time we issue a building permit?
There's kind of two ways of answering that, Councilman Strader, so I'm going to answer it in two ways, if that's okay.
Okay.
If you have a standard subdivision with lots of multiple lots, you would have your roadway infrastructure installed prior to permit. In the case of a pad site, that may not be the case. And in that case, having the infrastructure for power utilities and everything that needs to be stubbed to that building in order to build out the asphalt and horizontal or curb gutter sidewalk improvements at the same time as that foundation would be the more standard intent for kind of a commercial pad site. And so we would be proposing the latter to be constructed if the council so chooses.
Okay. Thanks for answering my question.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, we have anybody sign up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we do. First is Kenneth Jotz.
If you'd like to provide testimony, if you can come forward and do so, and if not, just let us know.
It was Kenneth.
Can you repeat the name?
Kenneth, I believe it says Jotz, J-A-U-T-Z. Okay. And then we had Greg Fernie.
If you'd like to provide testimony, please come forward, be recognized for 3 minutes. Just state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Greg Fernie, 4549 North McKenzie Lane, Boise, 83703. Council, Mayor, basically, just wanted to get up and just briefly state that up until June, was under a little different impression based upon our communications in terms of what we needed to do and the requirements prior to the issuance of the building permit. As soon as we were assigned a new planner, we became aware of that in June, and we've done everything we can to meet as often as we can, to get all the information we can to the city of Meridian so that we could be here tonight. One of the issues that we have in terms of timing, and the reason why we have expediency to obviously bond, do whatever we need to do, I am as wanting to get that road done more than anybody. Mainly because in November, our batch plants may or may not be going for the asphalt. And so I need to do everything possible to get that in, as well as the paving around the building, as well as having that building permit for the building that was ordered prior to finding out about this in June. So again, I'm willing to do anything here in terms of bonding. And I can assure you that there is nobody here that wants this road and paving done more than I do. And as soon as we are able to do that, hopefully in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we will have that accomplished, and then we can move forward based on our timeline. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Yeah, I'm just curious from your perspective, if we were to allow you to bond specifically for the roadway improvements only, but we required all of the other public works infrastructure to be installed, inspected, and finalized, would that be an issue? And what infrastructure specifically would it be an issue with?
Councilman Strader, Council, as far as, I mean, I don't anticipate any infrastructure not being put in. That's really, it's a timing issue, meaning we are going to have all of that, but if we have our building permit, then we can be able to pave all around the building and have the foundation done, because we're going to have that. So it's really just purely a timing issue. There's nothing we're not going to complete. And certainly we're willing to, in good faith, do anything to show that through bonding. But it's purely because we're going to be coming up against lack of these batch plants. And if I don't get this done, meaning get the permits as quickly as possible, then, you know, at least from my perspective, I know it's not, you know, your issue per se, but then it becomes one of timing, of having to wait till next spring, having construction just shut down, all of those type of issues. Again, if I had any indication prior to June that we were going to be in this situation, we never would have gone down that road. But we are where we are, and we're just trying to be as proactive as possible since June. So again, there will be nothing that will not be completed. It's just a matter of timing to get these the building permit issued, because we have ordered all the materials and everything that will need to go around the foundation.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
quick redirect to Clint. To be consistent with how we operate in this city, when we put a request down that all infrastructure is installed, inspected, and final prior to the issuance of a building permit, that is not a restriction just on this application. That is how we do business.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Overton, that's correct.
Thank you.
So Mayor and Council, if I can maybe elaborate a little bit more on the topic. So bonding is one avenue to get your plat recorded. But whenever you get to a building permit, there's certain other requirements that need to be met. And this is why we don't want to change that condition, is because we have to meet the minimum life safety items in order for them to go vertical on the site. Staff up here is not, we're not building experts, but we've been in the room enough times and we've heard enough of the dialogue with applicants. There's a lot of factors that go into allowing someone to go vertical before some of these things are done. It depends on the construction type that they're building. You know, what is the building going to be, a concrete tilt up? There's no combustible material, it's all concrete. So again, there's things in code that it can allow them to proceed a certain way. And if are there fire hydrants or water in the that can meet fire code and still have, you have fire hydrant within 400 feet of the building and they can get access, and if there is a fire on the site, then fire department can get there. So again, a lot of different variables here. But when you ask staff our opinion of it, it's easier to follow the process. And that's why in the original development agreement, the way it's structured today, the best process was to subdivide the property and have all of that done before you even go vertical. And I do want to apologize to the applicant. He did come through the city on several occasions to submit revised plans. Now, what I saw in his exhibit was stated accurately. It said he needed to record a final plat. It was kind of misleading because the condition said, do these things prior to occupancy, but then the planner had put there that you still needed to record a final plat prior to you getting a building permit. So although it was taken out of context and there may have been a misunderstanding on the applicant's part, even with the different various staff members touching this particular project due to staff turnover, we were always very consistent that that process needed to be completed. And that's why when Linda and I analyzed the time extension, we felt they had 2 years to get this done, and now we just gave them another year. So we were of the opinion that 3 years should be enough time in order to get this project off the ground and get it going vertical. But again, as Public Works has stated, this is nothing different out of the ordinary for the process. The applicant did everything right. They submitted, because they're extending public infrastructure, they submitted a LDIR record, which is a infrastructure review by our department, and then had their pre-con. They met on the site, they got their plans approved, and they started construction. And the next part of that is inspection phase, making sure it's tested and getting it approved with record drawings and signing off, and then you're ready to go to vertical. So again, there's nothing out of sequence here other than the plat didn't get recorded, but I just want to make it clear that they're doing everything they need to do in order to get closer to a building permit. So I know they're on a strict timeline, but at least I wanted to give you some of that information behind the scenes on how things get moved through the city. This is not out of the ordinary waiting for these things to happen before we go vertical.
Thank you, Bill. Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
maybe just one more. Would you still be requesting a modification if it had the two conditions that were suggested by our city staff? Or would you rather have a denial? Like, just curious, like, and I have no idea how the vote would go or whatever, but just wanted to understand from your perspective, is having that modification of some benefit to you still, even if it includes those two provisions?
It's just a race against time, so yes. So the answer to that is yes, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Only found out about the one change today. So it would have been nice to know this in June.
Yeah.
So I don't know why we didn't hear about it until today, but that's the way apparently they didn't.
Mhm.
Excuse me, Mayor, Council. We talked about this provision during our meetings. We shared with them Public Works concerns and what they would require before a building permit could be issued. So when I took over the project and we started talking about it, I consulted with the Public Works Department, and that is the condition that Public Works put on that. And I did share it with the applicant before they submitted for their modification.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
Question for staff, and I'm not sure who to direct it to, but certainly on our end, could we try on our end to expedite things once the applicant is ready? Could you give us a sense of what that timing would look like?
So the Mayor, Council, the final plat was approved tonight. So we'll do the findings for the next hearing. And then the applicant will have to submit for his FPS, the record drawings. So it's basically in the applicant's hands at this point.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, just to put a little finer point on that. So again, if the DA mod gets approved tonight, planning's pretty much done. We've done our review and we can sign off on the building permit. It's just that we can't release everything else because the LDIR record is, the Public Works record isn't signed off. So that's why I said we're there, we're close with the applicant. We're going as fast as the system, the process will allow us. Now, if they do want to get their plat recorded, then they have the ability to bond with ACHD for the roadway and still bond for those infrastructure improvements. And then they could submit for their final plat review with us and we can get that signature done and get that recorded while they continue to do construction of the street and underground improvements. But yes, we're going as fast as we can, and we met with the applicant. We understand his urgency, so we're doing the best that we can.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for this testifier? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who signed up on this? Is there anybody present online or who would like to provide testimony on this item? If you're online, you can use the raise your hand feature. Or in person, feel free to come forward. Seeing no one coming forward or raising their hand online, would the applicant like to make any final comments?
Mayor Simonson and council members, thank you again for your consideration. I wanted to respond briefly to Councilmember Strader's, inquiry on the infrastructure. A consideration with the infrastructure would be in order to pave that road, we have to have that infrastructure in. And our intent, the owner's intent, is to pave the road and the parking lot. In order to do that, we would need to really just install the foundation of the building, and we wouldn't have to go any more vertical than that. So if the concern is finalizing the road as soon as possible and also trying to oblige the developer's request, even if we had a temporary building permit till mid-November, I think we can satisfy what we need to get him his request and then proceed with the final plat as requested in that condition, if that is to be left. As you know, Planner Parsons did mention, this is a non-combustible building which will have fire infrastructure installed in it. I do feel that we could work with the fire department to satisfy any life safety concerns during construction. And I would like to thank Planner Ritter. I kind of feel like if we had her from the forefront, then we wouldn't be for you today. But our planning reviews along the way kind of led us to believe that this was the path that we were going for. And as soon as we knew that that was not the appropriate path, we certainly wanted to make sure we were doing every action we could to satisfy the city's requirements. It's a little unique to take one parcel, add a small strip of road, and then have that subdivided into a subdivision. Usually you're dealing with a much larger parcel or a larger plat. And so, part of these restrictions are very familiar with like a true subdivision, but essentially a parcel split is a little bit different request. So with that, I'll stand for any other questions.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Lil Roberts.
Mr. Mayor and Jeff, just a hypothetical here, if we are not going to budge on getting the hydrant in and the water going and having that inspected, can you continue on until that point? Or do you need something from us in order to, because it seems like that's the real stickler here, is we want that hydrant in and inspected before you get anything else from us.
Yeah, Councilmember Roberts, we want the hydrant in too. We want it in as soon as possible. With that, we would like to pour the parking lot and the foundation of the building with that infrastructure. So we're stubbing that fire riser into the building with the hydrant. There's a request for just the hydrant itself. We do have hydrants adjacent to our parcel as well, and we can work with the fire department to ensure that we're meeting their life safety requirements in the meantime.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Lil Roberts.
and I can appreciate that But it seems like what we really need to have happen is the way that we do business, which means the fire hydrant that's on your property. And so I was just trying to figure out if we continued this, that you continue work until November or something, till that seems to be kind of when we can possibly have enough done, but you're trying to do everything at once, which means the fire hydrant at the same time you're pouring a foundation. Am I understanding that right?
Councilmember, Member Roberts, we're not trying to do everything all at once. We're trying to do all of the horizontal improvements before winter. And so if we can't pour till November, we're not pouring that facility until next spring. So the building is essentially kind of just on hold for the winter. We're really trying to fight in June what we were seeing coming up in another month and a half.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
So just being open, I take, I think the comment from staff to heart quite a bit about how we normally do our process. And I think there's good reason for it, which is if something is done incorrectly, it can be difficult to remediate later. It sounds like, because you have just gotten your final plat approved per the planners, and it sounds like the main item, the gating item you need is a sign off from Public Works. But I'm not getting the impression that that's going to take an undue long amount of time on the city's part. I'm kind of struggling with your request. It sounds like you could independently submit for bonding to ADCHD, and that is a path available to you on that piece. Yeah, I apologize if you had a bad experience in terms of trying to not, if the process didn't seem clear. We certainly try to have the best process that we can, and it sounds like now you have all the information that you need, but a little bit of a timing issue. I feel pretty strongly that we need to follow kind of our best practice, and we've landed upon that from years of having bad situations that couldn't be fixed. So I just wanted to kind of be open about my feedback in terms of how I'm looking at this request. I would be open to requesting a modification, but it would still include those two provisions from our staff. And it sounds like you don't agree, with those. So I guess I got some feedback from the other gentleman, but would you still like the modification, even if it contains those two provisions recommended by staff, or is it? I mean, I assume that is still of some utility, but.
Councilmember Strader, if I'm following you correctly, the two suggested pages that we would be striking prior to occupancy, but adding the provisions recommended by staff is what you're suggesting?
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, the staff was willing to remove condition B under section 5.1, but they wanted to add the proposed language that only one building permit shall be issued with the provision, and the public works infrastructure shall be installed, inspected, and finalized prior to the issuance of any building permits. So this kind of puts you in that spot. But if I just wanted feedback from you, if you would still be seeking the modification if those two provisions were included in our approval.
Councilmember Strader, yeah, we would find that appropriate, and we respect Public Works for their comments. Just a point of clarification, page 22 also has an item that would need to be clarified in that DA.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Yeah, I think that's a question for staff. In terms of the proposed language, it was noted in our summary kind of report that would fall under section 5.1. Would that fall under any other sections that we would need to modify?
Mayor, Council, that's fine. It's the same language, but the provisions that we added provide what we need.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
Jeff, I just want to kind of reiterate one more time what you just heard from Councilmember Strader. Been with the city a long time. The last thing I ever want to do is when they have a process in place that's their practice and how they do things every time is have a mistake get made because council sent them a curveball. It's one of the reasons I like to keep things consistent the way we do things. It makes everything in that whole process as we go right. That's not what we want to get in the habit of, is making exceptions as we go down the road, because that's where we can cause problems. So I appreciate what you just said to Councilmember Strader, that you would be okay with us approving this with the requirements set forth by our planning staff and public works staff. That's correct.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I think we've heard from everybody in our public hearing, so I would move that we close the public hearing on item 10.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to close the public hearing on item 10. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2024-0034 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date. And noting that we would grant the modification to the existing development agreement to remove condition B under section 5.1, but we would be adding the proposed language that staff had provided us with the provisions about one building permit being issued with this provision, and the public works infrastructure shall be installed, inspected, and finalized prior to the issuance of any building permits.
Second.
I have a motion second. Is there a discussion on the motion? Okay. If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh,
Aye.
Little Roberts, Overton,
Aye.
Strader,
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye. All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Thank you very much and good luck. Next item up is item 11, a public hearing continued from August 2024 for Timber Creek Recycling, H 2024-0032. We will continue this public hearing with staff comments when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you tonight is a request for a development agreement modification. This site consists of 80.52 acres of land. It's zoned R4, medium low-density residential, and is located at the northwest corner of South Locust Grove Road and East Columbia Road. I'll just give you a little history on this property. It was annexed with R4 zoning back in 2016 as part of the larger South Meridian annexation with the requirement of a development agreement. The DA allowed any currently allowed use in the county to remain on the property and allowed the continued operation of Timber Creek Recycling on the property as an interim use until such time as the property is developed in the future. The agreement outlined the primary activities of the recycling business, including the type, i.e. wood, grass, leaves, sheetrock, and other materials, and amounts of materials delivered to the site daily from the Ada County landfill and miscellaneous contractors, and the recycling activities that were approved to operate on the site. It also included details on the termination of recycling operations on the site. An amended agreement was approved in 2019, which replaced the original agreement and added a commercial composting component and retail sales to the existing recycling operations on the site, and included a conceptual plan depicting the layout of the site and location of specified operations. That plan is showed on the right, or excuse me, left. Materials proposed for composting consist of food and garden waste and demolition debris. Additional activities and equipment associated with the use were included in the development agreement. The amendment also removed the daily limit for deliveries to the site of certain types of materials, resulting in unlimited deliveries, and included hours of operation for the composting program. Many letters of testimony on the previous application were received by the city from nearby residents for and against the proposed business expansion and DA amendment. A general summary of the testimony is included in the staff report. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation for this property is low-density residential. The applicant is requesting a modification to the existing development agreement to further clarify the current and future permitted uses and timelines, create guidelines to allow for efficient and continued use of the property, and ensure the operation is meeting all state and federal guidelines. This modification will replace the previous development agreement in its entirety and removes parcel 2 from the agreement located on Lake Hazel Road, where some business operations were occurring, as that property has since redeveloped. The existing site plan shown on the left is proposed to be replaced with the updated site plan shown on the right. The full version of the proposed amended development agreement is included in the application in the public record in strikeout and underlined format, showing the existing text and proposed changes to the agreement. The main changes proposed to the agreement are as follows. The list of materials received on the site for recycling, which are currently specified, are proposed to be removed to allow any materials, provided they're not prohibited by DEQ and Central District Health. A provision has been added that clarifies recycled materials do not include biosolids as defined by DEQ. Staff is in favor of clarifying that biosolids are not allowed recyclable material on the site. Of particular concern, however, is the processing of a product called waste activated sludge, referred to as WAS, which is produced from a non-municipal wastewater treatment or disposal facility. This has a very foul odor, and Central District Health has determined this to be the cause of odor complaints made for many years from area residents to DEQ and Central District Health. Assuming this is processed into a soil amendment for agricultural uses, this is allowed under the current DA. It is unclear whether this is allowed under the currently approved DEQ and Central District Health operating plan. Staff is not in favor of removing the specific materials that are allowed due to possible negative impacts from new materials on adjacent residential neighbors, which could result in issues that aren't able to be addressed by code enforcement. Listing the specific materials provides clear direction on what materials are and are not allowed to be recycled on the site. If council does approve this modification proposed by the applicant, staff would strongly advise council to require that the current operating plan is approved by Central District Health and DEQ, and any future operating plan be appended to the modified agreement and incorporated by reference. Next, clarification that recycling and associated activities will not include any materials or activities that are prohibited by DEQ or Central District Health, and removal of the description of each activity. Staff is in favor of clarifying that recycling and associated activities won't include any materials or activities that aren't allowed by DEQ or Central District Health. However, staff is not in favor of removing the descriptions of each activity, as the descriptions provide clear direction on what activities are allowed to occur on the site. Next, the existing agreement specifies the operation of Timber Creek Recycling on the portion of the site depicted on the site plan as recycling property is allowed to be conducted on the property for a maximum period of 10 years from the date of City Council approval of the signed DA, which was on June 11th, 2019. The use would terminate on June 11th, 2029, unless Timber Creek submits a request for council to review the recycling activities no later than 1 year prior to the expiration date and determine whether to permit the recycling activities to continue. The applicant proposes to remove the maximum operating period of the recycling activities on the site and includes a 5-year maximum timeline on composting activities with an option for an extension. The applicant states the change is necessary to meet the requirements of DEQ, providing a hard deadline. Staff is not in favor of the proposed change to remove the maximum time period of 10 years for recycling activities or the new proposed 5-year timeline for composting activities. Staff recommends the existing timelines remain for the overall use and that the composting use is included in the provision. Next, inclusion of a statement requiring compliance with all federal, state, and local entities with jurisdiction, including but not limited to DEQ, Central District Health, Department of Agriculture, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, U.S. Department of Agricultural, the Ada County Air Quality Board, and the Idaho Department of Water Resources. The city may consider a finding by one of these named agencies of violations of their regulations to be cause for a violation of this agreement. If a violation is found, actions to be taken by Timber Creek are included. Staff is in support of this change. Next, removal of the truck limitation requirement, which is 56 truckloads per day. The applicant states the change is due to the difficulty in keeping track of the number of vehicles and the burden it's placed on operation of the facility. Staff is not in favor of removing the truck limitation, as it could result in a much greater number of deliveries to the site, which could negatively impact traffic and neighbors in the area and leave code enforcement with no way to address the issue if it arises. Next, removal of the requirement for operations to cease on the site within 30 days of the city granting a certificate of occupancy to any new residential or commercial development within 1,000 feet of the recycling property. Staff is not in favor of removing this requirement, as the use will likely negatively impact future residents in this area, as existing residents have complained about the negative impacts they've experienced from the facility. Land has been annexed into the city within 550 feet of the facility for the development of Hadler subdivision northeast of the site. A final plat has been approved within 675 feet of the facility. The first certificate of occupancy will likely be issued within the next year, which will require recycling operations to cease on the site. An updated site plan is included. Shown there on the right, staff is amenable to replacing the existing site plan with the updated site plan, as it appears to be generally the same. And last, removal of parcel 2 from the boundary of the property subject to the amended DA due to the property being redeveloped into residential lots. Staff is in favor of updating the area subject to the amended DA. Staff is recommending denial of all changes to the DA that expand, extend, and/or intensify the existing approved use, and approval of other changes as noted. Many letters of testimony have been submitted and are included in the public record. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
just a quick clarification. Sonia, if I understood what you told me correctly, currently, under the current agreement, they have a timeline that would terminate on June 11th of 2029.
Yes,
But any certificate of occupancy within 1,000 feet would cause immediate termination of recycling operations.
that's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Willock.
Mayor and Sonia, can you just expand a little bit on the waste activated sludge and what that is and where it comes from, and was it contemplated to be part of this originally?
Mr. Mayor, Council, the information that I presented is taken from a letter submitted to the city from Central District Health Department. I'm looking that up. Give me just a moment. It was not originally anticipated to be part of the recycling activities, from what I'm understanding. Give me just a moment here. In their letter, they state that Timber Creek has inaccurately called Cheeseway in their operations plan and in the logs of incoming waste received. This waste activated sludge has a very foul odor and has been determined to be the cause of odor complaints that's been made. That's all the information I have on that. The applicant can probably provide further information on it. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Not a question, but just a suggestion for everyone, especially people in the audience, having reviewed the previous public hearings that happened on Timber Creek recycling, I would just hope that we can all, have a good discussion and everyone will be heard in this hearing. And if people disagree, that they can try to do so without being disagreeable. I think it would be helpful to help facilitate this public hearing if everyone can please try to approach it with as much professionalism as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Strader. All right, if there's nothing further for staff, will the applicant please come forward? Good evening. If you can state your name and address, names and address, if you're both going to be presenting.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Caleb Blakey, 16933 North Side, representing Timber Creek Recycling.
Mike Meridio, 2623 South Hills Place, Meridian, Idaho, 83642, Timber Creek Recycling.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may commence here, I do have a PowerPoint if that can be brought forward, please. Hey, thank you. So again, my name is Caleb Blakey. I work for Timber Creek Recycling and oversee the operations of the company both in Nampa and Meridian. Pleasure to be with you this evening. Thank you for your time. My intent this evening is to highlight our ask, a brief history of the company and where we got to today, the status of the company. And then Mr. McGurdy would like to offer some remarks and we'll stand for any questions you may have for us. So just to clarify our ask, it was summarized here by staff, but I want to highlight the three primary asks we have. Primarily, we are not looking to expand our operations. Contrary to maybe what has been understood on the timeline or in the operations, we are not looking to do that. We're not looking to add retail. That's already part of our operations. We make compost. We're a professional recycling and composting company, and that's what we intend to continue to do. But we need a runway of how to exit this site. So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when we exit the site and how we can do that professionally, appropriately, and safely. Secondarily, we had asked about the acceptable items being permitted through DEQ as a clarification as part of this application. And then we also did have a third there about the load limits that were coming in, as was highlighted by staff. Again, we thought that was a bit of an arbitrary number and it was an administrative burden. And so we were asking to clarify that. That being said, I do want to offer to the council that we're willing to concede both the load limits and clarification on the acceptable material to continue as the status quo. Really what we want to talk to the council about is a runway that will allow us to, again, appropriately and professionally vacate the site and expand our operations in Nampa, where we've already moved part of our operations. So I'd just like to highlight our vicinity map. You saw this earlier, but I like this view just to highlight to you where we are located between Cuna and South Meridian. The McGurdio family has been in this area doing recycling since 1947 and in the area since 1909 as a family homestead. And a lot of this neighboring property around the property where we operate actually was purchased from Grandpa Percy. So a lot of this area has been McGurdio family and in the McGurdio line for a long time. And the McGurdio family has been a big part of the community, including Meridian, for many, many years. As you already heard, the DA in the property was in 2016. About that same time, the city came to the McGurdio family and asked them to early annex about 400 acres into the city of Meridian, which then helped facilitate and accompany the development of the Discovery Park area and also facilitated sewer to this area. And then the original amendment was made in 2019. We immediately started making exit plans in 2020, for departure. So the vicinity map, and I just want to quickly show you here, 2016 would look like when that was talked about, the original DA, agricultural land. In 2020, this is early 2020, late 2019, we made the amendment. Still, you see Discovery Park, but still largely agricultural land. And then finally, 2024, you do see the subdivisions which have been talked about earlier by staff coming close to the recycling site. So why do I bring that up? I want to show that what has changed with development pressure that may have not been originally contemplated or was accelerated compared to the development agreements. But what I really want to highlight is what have we done since we had our 2019 agreement with this council. And so first off, in 2019, the DA was modified and we commenced on impact, site, and route studies to determine where else we could do our activities. In 2021, property was purchased in Nampa. That took some time to get that under contract and purchased, and there were some delays in the permitting process. This process is complex. There's a lot to it in regards to dealing with Central District Health, as well as the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality. And being the first of its nature in the state of Idaho, you can imagine that there was some learning curves on both sides of that fence to get this facility permitted. In 2022, we got buy-in from the regulators on this new process. We still suffered from some COVID delays as far as construction bidding and materials that set us back a little bit, but we started construction in 22. In 2023, we opened this site and started accepting bulk materials at that location. We finished our office space there in late 23 and also finished construction of the first ASP pad for composting in December of 23. I'll note the picture on the right-hand side is a picture of that compost pad, composting there in Nampa. This pad is an aerated static pile pad. It's got pressurized air system underneath it, allows us to compost quicker and more efficiently. In 2024, first part of 2024, we had our first load of material on that pad, and we have taken our first loads of material off that pad successfully as a composting facility. And we're now looking at refining that, really looking at our capacity and how to best tweak, kind of dial that in with our consultants who do this worldwide based on climatic considerations and feedstock considerations that are different for our area. And so we're proofing the operation. So we've been in Nampa fully operational since January of this year. And the intent on our site plan for Nampa is to have 5 more pads, just like the one you see constructed here, which allow us to take much more tonnage, a lot more tonnage in that area to handle these type of wastes. I do want to highlight that Timber Creek Recycling is a part of a larger waste management system here in Ada County and Canyon County. So we're not a waste generator. We're taking waste that are generated in the county, we're recycling it, repurposing it, and reusing it. And so we're part of that larger system. And that again highlights why we're looking for a runway out. We can't just turn off what we're doing in 30 days. We need some runway to make that happen. The company overall is doing well. We have 50+ employees in the company. This year to date, we've recycled 890 million pounds of waste that otherwise was headed for the landfill or potentially other locations where it'd be inappropriately disposed of. We do have 4 teams, one in Nampa, one in Meridian. We have an outside production team and of course our administrative staff. We are the contract recyclers for both the Ada County and the Canyon County landfills. And we've been approved by the Canyon County Commissioners to build the first privately owned solid waste transfer station in Canyon County, and to couple that with our recycling center in Nampa. So we are a pivotal part of the waste management systems, again, in both counties, and again, as part of your community. So we made big strides since 2019. We're committed to our environmental stewardship, and we're committed to being community partners. And again, our ask tonight is to focus on, we need a runway to exit the site. The original timeline, we asked for 5. If we got real aggressive, 3 years to exit the site from the time that we have somebody within 1,000 feet of the site would be a workable timeline to explore. So I'll pause there and relinquish the mic to Mr. Meridian.
Mayor Simpson, members of council. Yeah, we're pretty clear that this is not a good site for this and long-term. This needs to be moved. I have spared no expense and wasted no time building my facility in Nampa. I'm running as hard as fast as I can. These systems take time. There are regulatory agencies. There's 6 engineering firms I'm working with. There's not even one here that in the state of Idaho can even design these systems, because this is the first one in the state of Idaho. It's the world-renowned engineering firm that we used builds these systems all over the world. They know what they're doing. They have proven systems. They've done it for years, but you have to do it right. And it takes time to, catch people up to speed. We just gave a tour to DEQ and said, hey, here's what we're doing. They had every part of their state, people all across the state come and tour the facility with us as we were showing them the future of how this material is supposed to be managed and used. We're very proud of what Green Mountain has done for us, and they've been a pivotal partner in what we're doing to manage these waste problems. Again, we apologize for taking time with this, but we want to get it right. We put extra provisions in place in Nampa to make sure if we did have a problem, we had a backup plan for more odor issues. We didn't have that since we've been starting to cook into this first part of January. So we want to test the model. So that's what we're doing right now. We've got enough modeling back. We're going to build more systems now under contracted materials. But again, this takes time. Not everybody's willing to sign a contract in a certain timeline because their waste system isn't in place with their cities or counties or different agencies. So it's very, very complex. It takes time. And again, my first ambitions, I thought I could do this, build it within a year. It's foolish. Took me 3.5 years. It was very, very complex. So with this, we're looking at, we're wanting to serve the community and continue to serve the community in the best way we know how. So with these DA modifications, we intend to build this out in Nampa, start closures in the city of Meridian as quickly as we can as soon as we can get those built, we're going to move this material out. We're going to reduce all the operations at Meridian. That's our plan. Again, our facility, that's what our plan is. We don't want to see these materials go somewhere they shouldn't. Right now, we can't promise if this does not get approved, there won't be massive disruptions in service across the community because there are certain things that these things cannot go to. They can't go to landfills. So probability of them going out of state is probably the solution right now. So it's a lot of added pressure, and some of the other materials will probably end up going in the landfill. I'm continuing to serve the area and try and make sure that doesn't happen. And if it is turned down, I will do everything in my power to work with the community members to make sure that doesn't happen, because that's my intent either way. I understand you guys have a very difficult situation here and a decision to make. I understand that. But I just know there's a lot of added pressure and a lot of moving parts in this thing, and it is very complex. So I'm just here to say, hey, I'll serve it either way, best way I know how. I understand it's a hard decision, but this does affect a lot of moving parts and a lot of people within the community. So yeah, I stand for questions, I think.
All right. Thank you. Council, any questions? All right, looks like you're free for now. All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, I assume we have a few people signed up.
Just a few. Mr. Mayor, first we have Quinn Black.
And when your name's called, if you can come forward, state your name and address for the record. Be recognized for up to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Quinn Black.
If you can just pick one of the mics and
I live on the southeast corner across from the facility. My address is 8150 South Locust Grove Road. I just wanted to mention that we are super close to the facility, and I'm just really concerned about the concrete that's getting ground up on that site. I do have a video I could show you all. I wasn't prepared to do this thing, but just when the wind blows, it just blows dust on my house. You wouldn't believe how bad it is. If you would like, I could show you this.
Mr. Clerk, do we have a good way to?
I don't have a good way to do that on the fly.
Anyway.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I can have you send it to me after your testimony and I can put it in the record.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm just concerned about the air quality at my house for my family, my kids. We have to change our filters constantly. And then the putrid smell from whatever they're chopping up over there. I don't know what it is. It's just the smell of death. And it's horrible. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions? Okay.
What would I get?
Hey.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Joanne Tima.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City
You
Council.
can get to the mic, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I live at 1740 East Spur Street in Meridian. And my name is Joanne Tima. I am a retired registered nurse of 47 years. And one of my specialties is the lungs and the respiratory system. My comments today reflect my opposition of Timber Creek expansion, or whatever they're planning on doing to maybe just shut that down as soon as possible. My concern is the recycling of construction materials, silica, wood dust, etc. It is not just a nuisance, it can seriously damage your health and some types can even kill, such as causing lung cancer, silicosis, chronic obstruction pulmonary disease, and asthma. Silica dust builds up in the lungs, and by the time it is noticed, the total damage is done, and it is life-changing. Silica dust clouds from the 9/11 attack was shown to enter our first responders' lungs and airways, and anyone else living nearby, causing lung cancer and irreversible respiratory diseases, causing severe suffering and death. Timber Creek is constantly exposing residents to clouds of silica dust, which will have the same negative health effects eventually. Timber Creek's recycling needs to be further away from residential homes, schools, and parks. I urge the mayor and city council to vote no and to continuously monitor their operations for compliance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Ma'am?
Councilwoman Administrator.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a question. So, under the existing agreement, they had 10 years to complete their recycling activities on the site. And there's another provision that the operation cease within 30 days of a new CO to a residential development. You heard the applicant testify about how he is creating a new facility in Nampa. It sounds like he is doing everything he can to move that process along. What do you think is an acceptable timeframe for him to exit the facility from your perspective?
A good point. As soon as possible. I did see their Nampa facility on YouTube, the aerial viewing, and they look like they have that pretty far along. And I would say start as soon as possible with these residents' health are a big concern. And a lot of them are immune compromised and having even more issues in their health.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Council, any additional questions? All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, next is Clancy O'Hara.
Hi, I'm Clancy O'Hara, 1720 East Spire Street, Meridian. I kind of wrote this letter and my message to the city council and mayor before I heard what Timber Creek was going to do. So this could be somewhat dated or not in the same pace in which Timber Creek said they were looking for an exit. But we've heard that they weren't. What we heard was they were trying to extend their lease at the property. So knowing that or hearing that, this is what I came up with. So it might not be all that accurate. So I apologize to you beforehand. Thank you, Mayor and the Meridian City Council for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Clancy O'Hara. I'm a new arrival in the city of Meridian and the Pinnacle subdivision. My wife and I have found that people in this community to be very cordial, respectful, engaging, and helpful. However, there's one issue about our new development that has come to our attention that has given us all some major concerns. That is Timber Creek Recycling Center located next to our development. I understand that Timber Creek was here before most of the homes were built. And I assured that I was in the belief that it was a helpful entity for removing of green waste. But like everything in life, most things out in life are useless. Timber Creek is one of those things. I would venture to say that Timber Creek has now become more of a detriment to our community than a benefit. Case in point, the odor that emanates from the site has gotten worse since our arrival. The mountain of refuge has become quite unsightly from thousands of feet away. The website picture that you've seen just now is not indicative how it looks out there. The trucks used to haul the waste to the plant are too large for both Locust Grove and Columbia roads to handle on a continuous basis. You could surmise that they surpassed their allotted allowance for truck usage anyway. Recycling products produce dust that could drift into the neighborhoods and could be harmful to human beings, especially people of underlying health conditions and to children. Discovery Park, Gym Prep School are located close to the proximity of this plant. There's a canal that runs in partial perimeter to the plant, and it'd be difficult to believe that no toxins have not leaked into the water. After talking to various agencies for public health, Meridian, it has come to our attention that Timber Creek has not always been in compliance with their recycling practice. What makes you wonder, if they were caught this time, how many times were they in violations and not caught? If you have children, you know how that goes. It's pretty obvious that Timber Creek and the housing development that surrounds it are not conducive for each other, which begs the question why the city of Meridian would allow an entity to exist in such an area or allow the development of a housing site by an industrial region. I implore the city of Meridian to at least, very least, halt the expansion or extension of Timber Creek industrial site and eventually relocate the area and beneficial for both the business and the community. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, next is Lou Magurdio.
And if you're online and you want to testify, just use the raise your hand feature. And after those that signed up in the room, we will bring you in as well.
Lou Magurdio, 7373 South Maple Grove Road. I'm part of that Magurdio family. It's been around for over 100 years. I do a lot of farming. I am a farmer. Farm around this facility, have for quite a few years. I got to tell you, I'm by this facility probably 8 to 10 times a day. I think Timber Creek does a fabulous job of what they've been doing out there. You know, like I say, there's not, any times I've been by there, not a lot of dust coming out of there. They keep it wet down. They try to do the best job they can. A lot of trucks in and out of there. But all these trucks also, there's a lot of gravel trucks coming around through there too. So, you know, I've seen all this evolve. Timber Creek's got a proven track record here, meeting all state and federal guidelines. I mean, they have tried and continue to strive to do a great job. They understand, Mike being my nephew, that at some point in time, they will have to move the facility, in which he's already got his Nampa facility. And, you know, I got to give credit to him. He's done a whale of a job. As we all know, with the growing population in this valley, this recycling part that Timber Creek does is vital to this valley, vital. The landfills, whether Canyon County or Ada County, will, at some point in time, are going to fill up. And you're not going to stop the people from coming in this valley. It's a great place to live. We all know that. It's essential that they have some time to make a change. They have a lot of product that takes time to move, cost, transportation, even to move to their Nampa facility over there. It doesn't happen overnight. I had a dairy operation I just got out of. I have had a lot of housing around me. I had to be a good neighbor. They've demonstrated that, trying to be a good neighbor. I mean, Mike's going to do the right thing, and his staff and his workers. They understand that, but we need them. We need Timber Creek because the landfills are going to continue to fill up. And what's a better way than recycle this stuff as much as they can? Stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Ken McAfee.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ken McAfee, 7627 South Hunt Street in Boise. I'm about 6 miles from Timber Creek Recycling. I've watched them put that together from the start of things. And in that area, there's other subdivisions being developed as we speak, city parks, so on and so forth. Lots of dust flying, so on and so forth. But Timber Creek Recycling's done a great job of keeping things, dust under control best they can. They put up trees to close in their area to a degree. There's always going to be dust no matter what. And we need the recycling, no doubt about it, because where else is it going to go? And again, I didn't realize that they are also already have another plant in production in a whole different location. Didn't even know that. I didn't even know they were going to move, because to me, they've been doing great where they are right now. And it's not causing a lot of issues to the neighborhood other than normal dust like the developments that are going on around it. You can't tell what exact dust is going where. So again, they've done a great job as far as I'm concerned in my area. That's all I have.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next we have Brenda Blitman.
Thank you. Brenda Blitman, 8460 South Locust Grove, Meridian, Idaho. And if you put up the circle from the very first slide, I'm inside that circle from the very first slide. So I'm a quarter mile, a third of a mile south of the recycling facility. And just for a little bit of history, I've been in my house for 23 years, and I grew up at on a dairy farm, which was 2 miles east of this location, 2 miles west of this location. So I'm really familiar with the Meridios, and they have a great reputation, and I'm really familiar with dairy farms, and I know what dairy farms smell like. I can tell you the smells that we've gotten over the last 2 years are not dairy farm smells. They're smells like rotting flesh, or smells like human poop, human waste. And so the smells aren't normal dairy smells or normal farm, even composting smells. They're different smells. And it's so bad that my backyard, I'll come home from work and I'll say, gosh, we're going to have dinner outside. And I'll open the door and I'll say, nope, I guess we're not having dinner outside. So there's about 30 days a year that I can't use my backyard, enjoy it. And I don't even invite people over. I'm like, oh gosh, I can't invite anybody over this weekend because it's the time when it smells bad. So the smell is bad. And then the other thing is the dust, and Mr. Meridian was right. There's a lot of dust from a lot of different sources, and we're right beside a farm, and I'm very familiar with what dust looks like and what dirt looks like, and I like to garden. But this is a fine white dust that's showing up at my house that's different than it was 5 years ago. And I suspect that's from the concrete that's being ground up. And I don't know if concrete was part of that original plan, but to bring pieces of concrete and grind it up, and to bring aggregate, so bring rocks there and grind it up. Those are typical activities that are in a industrial gravel pit. And an industrial gravel pit doesn't belong in a residential neighborhood. And so those are the two things, my two biggest concerns are those two concerns. And nobody's reached out to me and said, hey, Brenda, what do we need to do to be a better neighbor? And I'm pretty close. And I think that this activity needs to cease in some logical manner. And I urge you to to deny this request, and maybe the Mergadios can come back with a different request that is something more agreeable. But I think my biggest concerns are the smell and the fine dust. And then I also think about the fairness to other people who are doing industrial activities. We make them go through a process to do zoning, and this has not gone through that process to do zoning. It's being done on a development agreement, which I don't think is fair to maybe the rest of the world. So, thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councilman Overton.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned that they should come to some form of way to stop this. What's your suggestion?
I'd like to see the concrete and whatever's causing the horrible smells. Those two things, I'd like to see them cease as soon as possible, no later than the agreement time. It's been going on for a while, and I haven't gone and like complained, because I knew I could see the houses being built, and I knew the 1,000 feet, and I'm like, okay, this'll run through its course. But it hasn't. So those are the two things I'd like to see stopped. The normal composting, if they need to leave it there for a little while and get it trucked off, or if they need more time to let it compost that's not as offensive to me as the two things that I mentioned. And so if we could quit having new things go there and just let them compost what they've got, and new things could go somewhere else. I mean, I would agree, that would be agreeable to me.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Overton.
So the agreement as it stands right now is if no house gets built within 1,000 feet with a certificate of occupancy, it would go until June of 2029. That's what the agreement says now. So that would be acceptable to you.
I mean, that's what the city agreed to, and so the city can agree to that. But what the city also agreed to is that as soon as the houses were within 1,000 feet, and that's going to happen before June of 2029. And so when I say, I didn't know if houses were going to be built first or if 2029 was going to be here, but it's obvious from looking at the area that houses are going to be there.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Kimberly, I'm sorry, I'm going to pronounce this wrong. Matwams Edgar? Oh, okay. Sorry, I read the wrong line. I apologize. And Becky McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Becky McKay with Engineering Solutions, business address 1029 North Rosario in Meridian. I just wanted to take 2 minutes to kind of inform the council that I worked with Mr. Mergudio in 2019 and that development modification. And then I also assisted Mr. Mergudio with the city of Nampa in obtaining all of his entitlements, annexations, so that he could build a state-of-the-art facility in Nampa, just north of Amalgamated Sugar Company. And I've never met anybody that was so committed to recycling and to helping the community and to providing alternatives for products to not end up in our landfills, because our landfills are a finite resource. And anything that we can recycle, obviously we should. And what Mr. Mergudio is asking for is 3 years. Give me 3 years and I will have my Nampa facility operating at full capacity. We suffered significant delays, and it was due to the fact that this was a one-of-a-kind type facility. He literally worked with 6 engineering firms. Then we all played a part, including my firm, who did the civil engineering. He had environmental engineers and recycling engineers. And I mean, we did conference calls. It was a big endeavor, and a lot of time and effort and money was spent for the benefit of not only Ada County, but Canyon County also. And so I asked the council to please look at it from the perspective that we want out of this site. We understand the long-term plan for the city. And we just need the opportunity, which is 3 years, and leave the truck capacity or maximum capacity the same so that then we can get Nampa opened up. Mike's made so much of a commitment that it just engulfs his life. He lives and breathes this recycling. And it's been a pleasure working with him. And his mom lives right by the site. And so obviously his concern about health, safety, smells, and he's been doing a lot of work with experts on how to handle some of these products and DEQ and CDH. And we just asked the council to give us an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
thanks. And Mayor, Council, I'm trying to remain quiet because of some of the audio issues, but Ms. McKay, I appreciate your testimony, but my question is, the DA request that's before us is not for 3 years. The DA request is to essentially allow this site to operate into perpetuity and to remove the distance requirement. So help me understand, I hear you saying 3 years, but that's not, your client's not requesting 3 years. He's requesting forever. So help me kind of understand how your testimony kind of gels with what is actually being requested in the DA modification of council.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, that's a good question. And after reading through all the letters that were submitted, the emails, the staff report, in my discussions with Mr. Mergudio, he basically is he is asking now that the facility close down within a 3-year time frame. Is that not correct, Mr. Mergudio? So regardless of the initial DA that was submitted by his attorney, we have since offered up a change to that document, allowing a limit of 3 years, leaving the truck capacity no more than 56 trucks per day, leaving the list of allowed recyclable materials on the site to stay in place as is. Thank you.
Council, any additional questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor, next is Troy Allen.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the time to talk here, answer a couple of your questions. He has a runway out of here. It's in his agreement. And that's when the house is built or 2029 comes. So that, I think that's the answer for that. And I'm going to try to just read rather than talk so that I don't take up my time. Let me start out by saying that I don't disagree with the primary purpose of Timber Creek, which is recycling. I do disagree where it's being done and how it was originally presented and what it has grown into, which is not at all what was presented to the city council or the public in the beginning. This group over here back then said, we do not think it's a good idea. This group decided to vote on it and passed it. And I believe all of you guys have a duty to protect the community as a whole and not make your votes go against the greater good of the community and support one individual or business. Don't forget, this is an industrial operation occurring in a residential, if you want to call it agricultural, because of how it was zoned prior. And it's beyond me and nearly everyone I encounter how this was ever approved in the first place and how and why we keep entertaining changes and expansion to this operation. When this originally came up for discussion in, I believe it was 19, it was not supported by any of the city officials that sat over here or the mayor at the time. In fact, when your predecessors voted to pass it, I walked out these doors with Mayor DeWeird, and she walked out and she looked at me and she said, I cannot believe they just passed that. So not supported by anybody except about 4 or 5 people. Since that time, I believe there have been changes that have been allowed or overlooked in regards to the facility with a disregard for the concerns of the community. The rancid smell, the plumes of dust you guys have heard about, the banging and clanging of the grinder, the huge trucks that crowd and destroy our roads just to continue to go day in and day out. I believe most of the rancid smell that is coming from the facility is from him accepting WAS, which you guys heard about earlier, which is short for waste activated sludge. It is the excess biomass from the wastewater treatment process. I don't even know that that is a legal thing to do, but DEQ gave us some information on that. So as a concerned citizen, I make calls to the DEQ, Central District Health, Code Enforcement, Meridian City Police Department, of the Meridian City Police Department, the attorneys of Meridian, and I'm always met with a similar response, which is basically, we know and understand the issues, and I think if they could all say it, they would say, we wish we could stop it, but because they're being recorded, they don't really say that. But our hands are tied and there's no recourse short of the city suing Timber Creek, which was a quote from the attorney. At one point, Mike McGurdio told my wife and I he wanted to be a good neighbor and to do what he could to have his operation not impact the community. That sounds great till you call him and he hangs up on you and doesn't address it. So I don't know if this is legal, but by a show of hands, did you guys all read all 60 letters that were submitted?
If you can conclude your remarks, please, just your
Okay.
time's up.
I think you guys need to read all the letters. I think you need to visit the facility, and his material used to go somewhere else. I do agree with recycling, but I think you guys need to let him do his runway as it is in his agreement now.
Okay. Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, online, we have Anna Canning. Anna, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Anna Canning. I work for Centurion Engineers at 2323 South Vista Avenue, Suite 206 in Boise. I have provided a lengthy opposition letter and wanted to briefly summarize that letter for you tonight. I provided that letter on behalf of a neighboring property owner. That letter is focused on 3 points. One is the city's original commitment that the use would cease once residential development was near. The second one being that Timber Creek Recycling has not been subject to provisions and standards in the Unified Development Code. And the third, the failure of Timber Creek Recycling to meet the terms of the existing development agreement. Regarding that first point, it's been talked about a lot tonight. The runway, if you want to call it that, the original term, the original commitment by the city council to say, you know, this use will end, and it'll end with a couple different caveats, either the 10-year or houses coming close. And I think probably at that time, those neighbors took at least some solace knowing that that would happen. You know, I just can't imagine that as they're being asked again to consider expanding that use, that they're not a bit dismayed that the city is considering this development agreement. They're eager for the noise, dust, and odor to go away, which I'm sure you'll hear more of that you've already heard. The second point I'd like to talk about was that the Timber Creek Recycling does not comply with the Unified Development Code in many ways, including the general purpose of the zoning district, the standards regarding non-conforming uses, and the findings required for conditional use approval. During the previous DA modification in 2019, the issue was articulated well by both staff and concerned neighbors, and ultimately it was a court case that took 2.5 years to resolve. The ruling was that the city did not have to abide by the UDC because the DA was a contractual agreement. But the judge goes on to say, and I think that this is really the important part, that the petitioners have not met their burden to show that the MDA decision was deficient in one of the manners enumerated in Idaho Code Section 5279.3, which, when you go and look at that, one of those manners being that the decision was arbitrary or based on random choice or personal whim rather than reason or system. So I thought, well, that's really interesting, because it did seem rather random to me, because I know that usually DA modifications and DAs are held to the UDC requirements. So I went and looked at 27 DA modifications done from 2020 through 2024, and all of them referenced complying with the UDC in general, or they referenced very specific development standards. So as we come to this.
Anna, just, I don't know if you heard the timer, but if you can
Oh.
wrap up, please.
Okay.
And
yeah,
I know
I'll
you know
just-
what to do.
I'll stop after this one. So the city's decision to not require a conditional use approval for the expansion of a non-conforming recycling use did seem rather arbitrary. I will skip the other item because I think you've heard about that a lot tonight. But you know, if someone wants to ask me about enforcement, I would love to kind of just make one more point. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor, next.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to ask her about a brief commentary about the enforcement point that she would like to make if she's still on.
She can unmute now.
Thank you, Councilmember Strader. I appreciate that. I did ask for all the enforcement records, and I just want to point out one thing. There is a clause in there that says they cannot be a public nuisance, and the neighbors have continually since 2016 said as it is a public nuisance. But finally, in July 25th, 2023, Central District Health officially states that it's creating significant odor issues throughout the area and it's creating a public nuisance. So the neighbors are right. It's a nuisance. And with that, that was the one point I wanted to make.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Tony Meyer. Tony Mayer. Tony, you should be able to speak.
Mute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name's Tony Mayer. I'm a resident at 7850 Gerhardt Lane. We're approximately a quarter of a mile directly west of the site. So
East.
or east of the site. My wife Jeannie is here. We purchased this residence about 5 years ago. At the time, we did notice the site, and the general information that we got is they would cease operation in 3 years, and that's what we were told by several of the local residents, and that was kind of the general understanding. Since then, we have noticed it would appear consistent expansion going on there, and I'm just talking about what we see. The piles have grown much larger, and here I've heard it voiced many times about this wasp, this really foul odor, and the silica that is blowing off. And I pulled a safety data sheet, material safety data sheet on crushed concrete, recycled crushed concrete. Did you know that this is classified as a category 1A carcinogen? And it goes into quite detail. It's a category 1B in skin corrosion and a category 2 in organ toxicity. These are all cancer-causing issues that what I would contend is unauthorized, unapproved activity being crushing concrete, stacking huge, gigantic piles there that weren't there when we moved, and the odor wasn't the way it is when we moved over. It's there now, and it looks like to me these guys are expanding just recklessly. And then I hear this lady from engineering construction saying, well, we really didn't mean it was 10 years, we want 3 years. But also she says we need to continue testing this and that. What that's telling me is that they don't know what they're doing on that site. We're the guinea pigs. We, the residents of that area, are literally guinea pigs. They're throwing all kinds of stuff in there, seeing what happens. And then they're going over to Napa and they're doing all this analysis and effort to get it right. But yet we're the guinea pigs over there suffering, complaining, and we should just tolerate it for another 10 years or 5 years or 3 years now. This is ludicrous. My opinion is that there needs to be a guardrail set up. It needs to go back to the original agreement. These other substances that are in there that I did not hear as allowable in the original agreement, with the silica, the was, this stuff, I venture to say there's other stuff there that they're recycling. They just take anything that is thrown at them, and that's not allowed. I mean, we can't, they just can't take everything, and they have to have a plan for it. So I understand where they're coming from. They should, they can't just be shut down and end up laying off 50 people. They need a runway to get off. But in my mind, the way that runway should work is that their operation needs to go back to the agreement, first of all. This other stuff, no way. Just get it out of there. They operated before without it. The silica goes away, the wasp goes away. And then once they get to that point, then give them a couple years to glide out and transform into the other area. I mean, ideal, I'd like to say shut them down.
Thank you, Tony. Your time's expired. Any last concluding comment?
Concluding comment?
From me, I understand recycling. I understand the need. There needs to be a recognition of what's going on in the area. I think that they need to go back to the original agreement and given some kind of a narrower time frame on offloading to their other site.
All right, thank you very much. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Marla Fund. Marla, you can unmute.
Marla, you need to unmute yourself.
Mr. Mayor, we'll go to Gina Russell. And Gina, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Is that me?
Can you try now?
Okay.
You want to go back to Marla?
You might want to mute your audio of listening to the meeting so we can hear you here.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
And it's not screeching? Do I proceed?
Do you want to try one more time, Ms. Russell?
Okay, let's try this again.
That's great.
That works? I'm getting some yeses and some nos.
It's fine in here compared to what it was. I just don't know what it sounds like online. Okay, so we gotta, yeah, so let's go ahead and try.
Okay. My name's Gina Russell, and I live at 1392 East Bramble Lane. I'm less than a mile from Timber Creek. And there've been some very educated speakers tonight, and I don't have a lot to add to that. But I would like to say that my understanding of the original DA was that they would be operating for agricultural related purposes. Rock and concrete crushing, to my knowledge, are not agricultural purposes. And the sludge, from what I understand from conversations with DEQ, is incorrect processing and or storage of product. DEQ suggested that I send an email to Timber Creek. I did. I've heard nothing from them. So I don't feel like they are able or willing to respond to the complaints of the community. I would suggest to council that the rock crushing, concrete crushing, and the sludge be immediately removed. I don't know how they got approval to get that in, but it needs to be immediately removed. Then the other crushing the limbs, the timber, those things that aren't causing, hopefully, as much damage to the environment, those things, maybe allow them some additional time. But 3 years? No. The newest subdivision that is going in, I don't know how many feet it is from Timber Creek, but Timber Creek's known that that subdivision was coming for years. With that, that's all my comments.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay. Go back to Marla, to try Marla again.
Marla, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, this is Marla Fund. I'm not sure how I got in there, but I don't have any comment.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Marla. Excellent. Well, we've reached a point where we're going to take a break. We've gotten everybody who signed up online or signed up before they got and is online and raised their hand. But after our break, we'll come back and take additional testimony from anybody else in the audience who would like to do so. If I could get a quick show of hands, who's here for the next application? Okay, so I have them. All right. Thank you very much. We'll take 5 to 10 minute recess. We'll get back as soon as we can after people stretch their legs and take care of a few things. All right, we will go ahead and come back from recess. We'll move into others who would like to provide testimony on this item. So if you'd like to provide testimony, please come forward at this time. If there's multiple, the front row is empty, just take a seat in the front row, and if someone is up there, and we'll just keep people moving forward. So first one up.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
if I could just kind of say, we do have code enforcement here that I would like to come up at some point.
Okay, well, we'll get through the public testimony and then we'll go to them. So whoever's, come on up. Don't be bashful. Who's ready to go first?
Members, thank you. My name's Todd Edgar, 1410 East Gravel Lane, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. Most of the things that I wanted to talk about have been covered. I do want to touch on a few points. I've been here since the beginning when it was all approved and we went through a lot of the meetings. The one thing that I wanted to make sure everybody understood is when this was first approved, it was an agricultural exemption for grinding wood material for animal bedding. That was how we understood it. And that's what that was started out as. And that was what the exemption was about, was an agricultural exemption. Now it's a heavy industry in residential area that continues to grow. So just wanted to point that out. I may be incorrect. I'm sure somebody will get up and correct me if that's the case, but other items, air quality, obviously that's been brought up. Heavy amounts of the dust that coming out, the silica dust, that's widely commented on already. Cancer causing toxins in the air that stay in the air for up to 2 weeks. They don't just disappear overnight. They're there, that we're breathing, the school is breathing, the park people are breathing. So everybody out in that area now is impacted by that. The stuff in addition, and that's all coming from the asphalt grinding, the concrete grinding, and the building material grinding. That all has toxins in it, epoxy, glue, and the building materials, the silica dust, and the asphalt and concrete. The odor, at first I've lived out there for over 25 years, so I know what agricultural smells are like, and I'm used to them. About 5 years ago, I just started noticing this constant smell all the time. And I was like, man, I mean, did somebody move in with a pig farm nearby or a new cattle ranch or something? And finally, I'd drive up to the corner. I'm about a quarter mile from them. Sure enough, that's where it's coming from, is from the facility. And it's terrible. A couple of people have testified earlier that, you can't really go outside. I mean, this spring earlier, it was so bad. I'm looking around in the house. We have a couple dogs in the house. I'm thinking one of the dogs did something in the house. Couldn't find anything, went out on the back patio, and it was the smell from the recycling facility. I mean, I have to come in, close the windows, and this is a beautiful spring day. I want to be out eating on the back patio, but that's impossible with the smell. It's that strong and that bad on certain days. Not every day, but certain days. The traffic also from the trucks. I know they've talked about the 56 trucks in and out of the site. It is still quite bad when you're sitting at a four-way intersection. Those roads out there are not engineered for that type of a long truck. They do have gravel trucks that come by back and forth. They're not as long as the Timber Creek trucks. They cannot make the corners when other traffic's setting in a four-way stop. I guess I ran out of time, so I'll let everybody else follow up on that. But any questions I can answer?
Council, any questions?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
I'm Ken Jantz, 8440 South Locust Grove Road. My address is Meridian, but I live in the CUNA impact area. And while I'm not in the city of Meridian, I have a Meridian address. And I'm downwind of this beautiful dump that Meridian has. When the wind blows out of the northwest, 90% of the time, and all of my neighbors know all about it. I can't add much more to what they've already said, but I can tell you it's true. I have a 110-acre farm. They don't complain about my farm. In fact, many of them have told me the people across the street from me, if I sell my farm, they're going to have to move because they won't be able to see the Hawaii Mountains. Anyway, my experience has been 35 years in the construction industry. I've worked for two of the biggest construction companies in the United States, Morrison Knudsen Company, which probably all remember, and also worked for Peter Kiewit's Sons in Omaha, Nebraska. I've moved all over the country. So I know heavy construction when I see it. And let me tell you, grinding up concrete blocks and concrete work of that ilk is heavy construction. And one thing I'd like to say is, yeah, Mike's doing a good thing, but he's doing it on somebody else. It's always somebody else's fault. We had an opportunity to talk to him earlier this spring, and it was the same thing. What do we need to do to extend this? We told him, a bunch of us, get rid of the stink and get rid of the concrete. No more grinding. And it's my belief he doesn't have the authority under his current agreement to do that stuff there. And I don't know why the city of Meridian doesn't do something about it. Don't you read your own agreements? That concerns me. I won't take all my time, but the one thing that I did want to say is the organic and agricultural waste, some of it comes from Canyon County. Why does he bring it in here? Because Napa won't approve it. The industrial waste, including the concrete and the crushing operations, again, that's heavy industrial. This impacts the families within a mile radius, hundreds of thousands of dollars per house in Meridian and Timber Creek is begging you, the city of Meridian, and Timber Creek for a lawsuit. I don't know why you want to do that. Please disapprove this. He's changed his mind tonight.
Thank you.
He doesn't even know what he's doing. I'm sorry. He's got a good idea. And years ago, when I talked to you guys, I suggested he go talk to his uncle and put it out on the desert. It would have worked a lot better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, any questions? All right. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for hearing me. My name is Billie Jean Black. I live at 8150 South Locust Grove Road. I'm literally diagonally from the place we all call the dump. They call it something else. Earlier this evening, someone mentioned, oh, there's trees planted all over. They're little trees. They're not big trees. They're like starters. No, it does not, prevent the dust from coming to my house. And I think I'm probably the closest neighbor besides the person across the street from me that lives by this place. And yes, it smells, it's rancid, it's horrible. And as far as the concrete goes, yeah, that's true. And the mountain gets higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. It's huge. It's not a little mountain, it's a mountain. It's big. And I'm very concerned about the air that I'm breathing in going outside. And you mow the grass, you want to smell that nice, fresh grass smell? Never. It stinks all the time. I'm really concerned about my health living there. And I've only been there almost 5 years. We built a home there, but it's gotten worse and worse and worse. That's all I have to say. I think they should stop and if they have a good plan now, move on. What's preventing them? Maybe it's the money. I don't know. And the other thing too is they had spoke about they have stuff there that they cannot take to the landfill. Why? That's a concern. You can, the landfill won't take the stuff, but we got to sit there and deal with it. I'm just hoping you all will consider what we have brought to you tonight and please do something about it. I am tired of coming to these things, fighting for our rights to live there out in the country where we want to be. But we feel like we're living next to a dump. And that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Right.
Mayor, council, I'm Jim Cox. My wife and I have lived in the house directly south of the facility for nearly 30 years. So we are about 300 feet from the center of that circle that Brenda mentioned. So we have seen it all. When we were there for years and years, it was cows grazing, and that has changed. Back in 2016, when the composting process was less of a menace to the neighborhood, when the original development agreement was formed, and that agreement seems like it should have been a conditional use, public invited, so forth. It was not. We knew nothing of the agreement, but at that time we were told it was an agricultural agreement. It's been mentioned. Contrary to best practice, it seems like there was no public involvement in that decision. We were here in 2019 when the development agreement was modified for expansion amid strong opposition. It was clear to a lot of people that was a mistake then, approving what was to become an industrial facility. And at one point in that modification approval process, there was literally 40 people in this room opposing that decision. It's all been mentioned. Mayor DeWeerd, Congressman Borton and Burnt were all very opposed and couldn't hardly believe that it was being approved as it was. It felt like a blatant disregard for all of the testimony that was given in 2019. Again, it's all been said, but the growth has continued with very limited accountability, as we've been able to see from a bird's eye view directly across the street. We have watched and watched and watched, been affected by all the things that have been brought up tonight. The 2016 development agreement, in my opinion, was built on a faulty foundation, and then to extend it in an expansion in 2019, that was a grave mistake. And so to extend it again at this request would be another grave mistake, worse yet. To go back to a couple points, Nampa has been a functioning facility. A friend of mine has been hauling with a commercial end dump for over a year to that facility. He talks about a runway. I understand the runway. I think the runway discussion was brought up 5 years ago. How are you going to end this? Well, as soon as development comes that way, we will end. Well, the gym school certificate of occupancy was issued almost 3 years ago, and that was 2,500 feet away, depending on which pile you measure from. Well, now the foundations that are being placed, are well under 1,000 feet from that facility as it is measured. So I think that's all I have. I think everything has been mentioned. Thank you for your time. This letter I sent to you on Saturday, I think all of you had this letter. So thank you again for considering.
Thank you. Council, any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to provide testimony on this item, either in the room or online? If you're online, you can use the raise your hand function, or in the room, come forward. Seeing no one raising their hand or coming forward, would the applicant like to close? Oh, I'm sorry. One more. Lacey, I forgot. Thank you. Councilman Little Roberts, question for code enforcement? Do you need to get?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because we'd had code enforcement mentioned earlier and I realized she was in the room, I just thought it would be a good idea to get her history with them.
And why not, since Lacey decided to stick with us for the evening?
And you remembered to call me. So code enforcement has an interesting part in enforcement of the Timber Creek Development Agreement. DAs are civil agreements, so they're through the city and the petitioner. And this one specifically also has an agricultural exemption, so code enforcement isn't enforced as it would be the same. And we do defer to our legal team for our enforcement. We are utilized as field inspectors in a lot of different aspects of the city. And so we will respond to those complaints and respond and see what's going on in the field and then defer that information over to our legal team. There was a public records request on this one. And it looks like since the amendment to the DA in 2019, there was 8 calls for service or 8 investigations that we opened. And some of those will include multiple calling parties in the same investigations if they're coming in during the same time period. There was the mention of the case, I think in July of 2023, when the Central District Health deemed it as a nuisance. I could put it on a record, but we are a compliance-based code enforcement. And so when we do have those violations, our goal is to gain compliance. Mike has always done a great job of educating us, letting us know what's been going on the property when we get those investigations, answering calls. And I think on occasion has actually called us when he's had problems that required him to operate on a Sunday and outside of his development agreement. So from code enforcement perspective, we have been able to gain the compliance that we've ever had when we've had concerns that met that threshold. And outside of that, the DA would have to be referred to our legal team for any further comment on that.
Mr. Mayor, Lacey, thank you.
Council, any questions for Lacey?
Mr. Mayor,
Woman Schrader.
not a question for Lacey, but some similar questions for Bill. That's okay before the applicant closes.
Okay. Councilman Cavanagh, did you have a question for Lacey?
Mr. Mayor, no, I think possibly, I think it's more for maybe your planning staff and or Lacey, but I'm happy to yield to Council Vice President Strader.
I think she was going to go a different direction away
Okay.
from.
Fair enough. Then if that's okay, then maybe, Mr. Mayor, my question for Lacey and or Sonia, we did receive some testimony tonight about that the site is potentially receiving materials that are in violation of our development agreement. Can you confirm, is that the case from planning and or code enforcement's perspective?
I'm not sure, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Kavanagh. I'm not sure there's a violation. We have received some information that I previously mentioned that's in the public record. I don't know if Central District Health and DEQ has made a determination that there's a violation. I can't really speak to that. And I'm not sure our code enforcement is aware of it. It doesn't sound like it. This was
Or legal.
recent.
Let's just get to Mr. Neri.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I think, and maybe Councilmember Cavanagh, we've had a lot of conversation about a product called WAS. So it is a byproduct of the processing of material at the milk plant in Nampa. So it is a agricultural product. It is unclear from the information we have from both DEQ and Central District Health if it violates any of the terms that are within our agreement. We have asked for a number of times for the operation plan from DEQ and Central District Health, and they won't provide it. So we don't have a clarity from them on whether they think it's violating their conditions. And if recall in our agreement basically holds Timber Creek to the standard that they must meet DEQ and Central District Health standards. And they haven't specifically said that, other than a letter that should be in your packet that we received yesterday that says there are some additional concerns they have in regards to this WAS product. And it does smell, and it is significant, and it is a concern, but this is now new information and a new potential violation. They're not saying it's a violation yet. They're just saying this is a concern they have. So I would agree with Lacey. We have not, I mean, we certainly have spent a lot of time and resources in the last 5 years with code enforcement and my office and my team in trying to determine are they violating anything? As far as I can tell you, they haven't violated the agreement to where we have an enforcement mechanism that we could apply to what they're doing. It does appear to be compliant. Again, a lot of times code enforcement, to their credit, they've been out there, and the concerns they have, they've been able to identify, may not necessarily also emanate from this location. They may be from other areas around there. Now, again, those areas that in the past were agricultural fields and agricultural operations that are going on are less and less all the time because of the growth that's occurring. But we don't have any specific violations. This information, this WAS product is new. It wasn't originally part of what was going on out there. And so whether it is something new that might be a compliance issue, we haven't made that determination yet. So it is not a violation as of today.
Thank you. That's very, very helpful. And I think hopefully eliminates at least some of my confusion about the ambiguity about that letter that we received yesterday. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Well, that was my questions were basically along the same lines. So thanks, Bill.
And with that, would the applicant like to come forward and close? Does council want to hear from other people for the applicant based upon the conversation that was just had? Because we have someone asking to speak.
Mr. Mayor, I would benefit greatly from that if there's someone else who wants to speak.
I'm Debbie Allen. Thank you for letting me speak after this. I think this is just a prime example of what we're dealing with. Nobody can make a decision. Nobody has specific enough guidelines to say, oh yeah, this is wrong, or this is wrong, or this is wrong. Or if they do, well, now what do we do with it? Nobody has a mechanism to make it stop. This concrete is not part of it that we've talked about. Mike, he has a good speech. And he gave us a good speech originally when he wanted all of us to be in favor of this thing. And a lot of what he said turned out to not really be accurate. So it's kind of one of those sayings, fool me once, that's on you, but fool me twice, that's on me. This WAS stuff is not a food waste product. I have the letter, and you guys all have the letter in your documents. That's from DEQ, and it went to Jamie. I think she's part of your team, so she knows about this. I can try to, I know there was, or no, sorry, Emily Kane. She's part of your crew? Yeah, Emily. She got all this, she was part of this. It's from Valerie Greer at Central District Health, and it says that the WAS is most definitely industrial waste. It's not even from a food production process. It's from the wastewater treatment process. And clearly it was not something that was, it's definitely industrial. So I think this discussion that you just had, that they just had, everybody says, I can't do something, try them. I can't do something, try them. That's why we're in this mess, because he seems to be able to take whatever he wants and do whatever he wants with it. And that's why we're frustrated. That's it.
Thank you. Now would the applicant like to come forward and close?
Mr. Mayor, Council, just a couple of comments from me. First off, certainly if any member of the council ever want to do a site visit, we can coordinate that. We did hold an open house on the 30th and nobody from the community was at that meeting on the 30th on site. We don't take everything. We have a scale house. Products are brought across that scale and inspected if they need to be, they're rejected if they need to be, and we're subject to DEQ and CDH for what we have on our site. Regarding the complaint that said we didn't respond or email, I have no record of that email. We take complaints seriously. Most recently, we had an odor investigation after we posted for this hearing. I was out there personally. The site manager was out there all night, every 2 hours, doing a walk, checking for odor. It's difficult to recreate odor. I'm not denying that someone could smell an odor, but we've tried to respond as best we can whenever we've had an issue, adjust operations if necessary to accommodate that. But I want to emphasize that there is a complaint process and there is a protocol we follow when we do receive a complaint.
We've added protocols to reduce the amount of odor over the years. When we hired that new engineering firm, they added suggestions. We took those suggestions and it helped greatly with many of those things. As far as the expansion going on, in fact, it's reducing. We are, there's only one source of that was, and it is now being transported to Nampa. So we are taking it at Nampa. The material of that is going down in Meridian and will continue to go down as we go along. We're just seeking a solution-based process here for this. Like to work together on it to figure out what we can do for an off-ramp. Again, we're not looking to expand, stay here, camp out. We're looking for an off-ramp to manage our materials here. Becky?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if you looked in your packet, there were letters of support from the Chamber of Commerce. And I guess the letter that I found most moving was obviously from Republic Services and how this particular site serves an essential need to our community. All the leaves that are recycled throughout Ada County go to Mike's facility. If it has to shut down in 60 days or 6 months or something like that, and he doesn't have the rest of the Nampa facility operational to handle that, I mean, obviously it puts us all in a pickle. We have to look at this, like Mike said, from a solution perspective. He wants to be a partner with his neighbors, wants to be a partner with the city, with Republic Services. We held a neighborhood meeting. We had great dialogue. It was at the Lineman College. We had good attendance. We asked the people, do you guys want to come out to the facility, look at it, tour it, talk more? I sent notice out to 1,000-foot radius, and Mike and I waited and waited and waited, and no one showed up. And so Mike said, well, I guess that's good, because obviously what we've done for the odor control is working, because we've really been working on that situation. This site is integral to our community. There's no other place for these materials to go. He's not expanding the site. You keep hearing that over and over, oh, the list is getting longer, he's expanding the site. No, the site is shrinking. It's shrinking down. And, after reading the staff report, reading the letters, one gentleman said, oh, well, now Mike's changed his mind. Now he's saying 3 years. We're trying to find a compromise. And that's all that we ask, is that the council provide a compromise. And we're willing to work with the staff, with the neighbors, with the council, whether that be a workshop, whether that be, in some other type of format where we can have interaction. We're willing to go that extra mile, because this is critical. And like I said, we suffered delays in Nampa that no one could anticipate. And it was completely, we waited on DEQ forever to prove everything. And this is going to be a really great site in Nampa. Nampa's excited. They believe this is an essential service. And I hope that Meridian sees that this is an essential service. And Mike's doing everything he can within his power, hiring an on-staff engineer now so that it is monitored all the time. He's doing whatever he can. We just asked the council to give us an opportunity. And we believe that if we have that 3 years, then we can get out of there and everybody will be happy. And Mike can scale this thing down. It's not like it's going full bore now. It's going to be going down as far as the processing at that facility. We ask that you look at the big picture. And I take their concerns seriously. I've always taken neighborhood concerns seriously my whole career. So I want to do what's right too. But obviously, we've got to look at the public good in multiple directions. And if I sound a little foggy, I just got in last night, and where I came from, it's about 3 or 4 in the morning. So I'm just a little woozy. Can I answer any questions?
Thank you. Council, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I've got a series of questions, if I may. So Becky, I want to be upfront with you. Being transparent, the DA modification that's before us tonight, I'm not supportive. So some of these questions are helping me to kind of understand kind of what the request is coming from and maybe what the next best course of action is for the council. So first, in the significant public testimony that we received, there was lots of comments and references to complaints and violations. Can you confirm for me how many complaints has Timber Creek received since 2019, and how many of those complaints resulted in a violation?
I don't believe we have had we have not had an odor complaint that received in a violation.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Cavanagh.
And Mike, sorry to press you on this. Besides odor, have there been other complaints, and has any complaint that Timber Creek has received resulted in a violation?
So the violation that this Central District Health addressed was a gray area in our DA, or not our DA, but our operations plan. So there's a technicality in there of the term we called the material and what that's classified as. So it's an amendment to the modification of the operations plan, which we're meeting with DEQ on Thursday on.
Okay, so if Mr. Mayor and Mike, if I'm understanding correctly, with the exception of this, and it does sound very ambiguous, at least as I read the letter that came from a public records request, the commentary from DEQ and Central District Health is a little ambiguous. Aside from that, no other violations. Is that your testimony?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, a couple other questions, if I may.
Keep going.
Thanks. So again, this is for Becky, Mike, or Caleb. So, you know, there has been a lot of conversations about the 2019 development agreement modification, which I supported at the time. And one of the reasons why I supported it is that it did provide a finish line to our community about when operations would cease. It's one of the biggest reasons why I'm not supportive of the request that's behind us tonight, is because moving it into perpetuity isn't something I can support. Learning from you tonight that there is a proposal to move it to 3 years is interesting, but I'm not quite sure that I'm even sold on that. And so I guess maybe my question for you is, in light of this change, are you open to a continuance to allow you to bring us back a timeline? I would want some real clarity about what 3 years looks like. Certainly if I'm a neighbor, I don't want 3 years from now, 2.5 years from now, to have another request to go before the council for another time extension. So having me understand what your timeline looks like, again, you've used the term runway. I would like some understanding about what mile markers along the way indicate the progress that you're making. It's my understanding from our legal staff that the operation that you have today is allowed, but certainly there's been feedback about the impact of quality of life from our residents. Is that something you're prepared to share tonight, or would you be looking for a continuance to bring that information back to us at a later point in time?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, I think the appropriate thing would be a continuance. I think for the public and for the council and the mayor to have a written roadmap from Mr. McGurdio and his staff on the decommissioning of this site. Step 1, step 2, step 3. Then you would provide the clarity that you're asking for. Because I want everybody to understand what they're voting on. And I think that's the best course of action, and that's what I would recommend to Mr. McGurdio. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree with that. I would be up for that for sure.
Okay, and then Mr. Mayor, just one more if I may. It sounded like the testimony tonight, Mike, was that you've already started to move the WAS to your Nampa facility, but you've got existing product that's on your site. Can you give me a ballpark on when you would anticipate that WAS would be off your Meridian site?
I would love to be able to predict that. I tried to predict that when I bought my property over in Nampa. I thought I could have it up and running in a year. That was my goal. 3 years later, almost 4 years later, and here we are. So again, that's why I'm willing to make commitments. I think I can have it done in a short period of time, but it's got to be like, you know, I think I can have it built within 1 to 2 years is what I want to do. Now, again, if I have construction delays, if I have a rampant development thing happen, COVID, I mean, you have all these things that come into play that I did not predict. So that's why it's fake. I'm trying to build myself a runway. I think I can have it done in a shorter period of time, but I'm trying to give those variables.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think my recommendation would be is when you come back with a timeline, to me, that is a big piece. That is the place that is somewhat ambiguous when it comes to Central District Health. I don't like ambiguity. I don't think the neighbors like that. So my hope is that your timeline is very, very specific about how, not only how you plan to move all your operations to Nampa, but specifically the timeline to reduce and remove the WAS from your Meridian site.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Kavner, I think, you know, the first pad that was built was the real heavy lifting. That was that for the state agencies, for the city of Nampa, you know, and so the heavy lifting's been done. And now I see that, you know, from here on out, Mike will be able to accelerate, obviously within reason, of getting the contractors out there and going, but I think it's feasible that he can provide the council and the neighbors with a guideline of how this is going to take place and when each of these different products that are being recycled will be moving to that Nampa site.
And I don't want to put words in other council members' mouths, but I think the question is, are we willing to take it away from the site in Meridian before we accept more from Nampa into your Nampa location? So rather than what you're taking, if you're still taking it from the Lactalis plant, can you really relocate off of Meridian first before you put anything else over there? You know, those are operational decisions. I don't know what your contracts are, but do you have the capability to make those decisions as part of your plans? You don't have to answer that now. I'm just saying,
Right.
those are the types of questions I think that
They want answers.
they want answers to is how do you remove everything from the Meridian site first before you either add more
Right.
or increase at the Nampa location with other stuff and say, well, we'll get it there when we can because of other obligations. I think that's part of the question.
Right. And the WASP being the most objectionable, and that's the first thing that he's starting to move over as that facility is being constructed.
And I think concrete was the other thing that was pretty clearly articulated as a concern for the community as well.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I have a few questions. The first thing was I just wanted you to confirm definitively, are you processing waste activated sludge at your site?
Yes.
Okay. Are you processing concrete at your site?
Yes.
Asphalt?
Yes.
Any other building materials?
Sheetrock.
Okay. Anything else? Besides the wood products?
I could go through my entire list. I mean, it's some inert materials, so brick, porcelain. I mean, there's a laundry list I could provide you off, you know.
Okay. So I just want to give you, I think, a continuance so that you can make a timeline make sense, but I want to provide you some of my perspective. Obviously I wasn't on the council when this originally came through, but I do think what you do is important for the community. I do see the value in it. However, there is clearly a huge public health impact in Meridian to neighbors that are close by and a real concern. And I'm looking at an agreement that expires in 2029 or the earlier of a CO within 1,000 feet, which is coming fast. And that's your issue. So from my perspective, I would only support an exit path for you of up to 3 years if you will immediately or in a very short time frame eliminate all of the processing of the waste activated sludge at your site, and within 6 months eliminate some of these building materials that are creating the silicate dust. I think those are the most concerning materials, and I would like to see a time frame that addresses those in an accelerated way so that we could try to alleviate the most concerning health impacts to the surrounding neighbors. I can understand giving you more time. I don't want to put you out of business, but at the same time, like having looked at the agreements, and I'm not an attorney, but I feel like the WAS is in violation of your agreement with the city. Based on my reading of it, I don't feel like that was allowed. And so I just really, for me to vote for something and it kind of an exit path for you, it would need to include a very aggressive elimination of those problematic materials in as short of a time frame as possible. So I just wanted to be like very blunt about that.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Strader, we appreciate that. That helps. Mike.
Yeah. Mayor Simmons, Councilmember Schrader, thank you for that. We'll take that into consideration when we come back to you.
Is there further council feedback at this point in time?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I think maybe then just a question for the folks from Timber Creek. This timeline is important. We want something timely, but we want something more accurate instead. So can you help us understand from a planning perspective on your end to bring us back a fairly detailed, accurate timeline? How much time do you think you would need?
Councilmember Cavanagh, yes, we can provide a detailed timeline of us exiting and what that would look like with what materials and how we would do it.
But how soon, I guess, sorry, Mr. Mayor, how soon would you have that prepared to be able to share it with staff and with the council? Are we talking 30 days, 60 days, 2 weeks? What, help us understand kind of from a timeline perspective.
Councilmember Cavanagh, Mr. Mayor, yeah, we could probably get to something to you in about 30 days.
Okay, thank you.
So if it's receive in 30 days and give staff time to review, is that what you're thinking? Or be back in front of council in 30 days, which means you closer to 20 before you get it to staff?
We're gonna need the full 30.
Okay. So we're really looking at the end of
45.
October.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
November 12th appears to provide you with 30 days and 15 days for staff to review, and city council folks that will be out of town will be back in town. Will that hearing date work?
Councilmember Schrader, can I get back to you on that? I got one date pending that I need to look up and see if I can make. Yeah, never mind. That one's in November. You said what date?
November 12th.
Yes, I can make that meeting.
And before a motion is made, I'll just maybe suggest this. You don't have to wait till November 12th to take proactive actions on what was discussed. I think that'd be a good step for the community in coming forward if there's actions you can take between now and then for that conversation.
Yeah, understood.
Okay, so with that, council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
that was a perfect note to end on. I move that we continue the public hearing for item 11 to November 12th.
Second.
Have a motion, a second to continue this item to November 12th. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
real quick, very briefly, Mayor, I appreciate your recommendation for the applicant to share their plan with their neighbors and the public as soon as they're ready. I think that's the appropriate approach, and so I'm very supportive of this motion and appreciate Councilmember Schrader for making it.
Any additional comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
would we like to have new testimony only, or are we wanting to rehear?
Do we need to make?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Cavanagh.
I commend Councilmember Strader for leaving the public hearing open. So that allows those that are here in attendance, as well as the public, they can continue to send testimony. I would anticipate that it is likely we will take public testimony on their timeline plan at that meeting. So continuing the public hearing is the appropriate motion to make.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, that was my intention, was to keep it open for that reason. And I think to the extent that, you know, if people provide more of the same testimony, we'll still see it. We can still review it. But obviously for those in attendance, we've heard the public testimony. We've read all of the public testimony so far. I think it would be the best use of everyone's time who is testifying to try to focus on the new timeline and the new information that comes out before that hearing. But you're welcome to provide your public testimony. I don't want to restrict anyone's public testimony.
Everyone agrees on that for the motion in the second and purpose of discussion? Okay. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it. The public hearing is continued. Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move on to item 12, which is public hearing for District of 10 Mile, H 2023-0071. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you is the District of 10 Mile. They've submitted applications for a comprehensive plan, future land use map amendment, a development agreement modification, a rezone, and a preliminary plat. This site consists of 108.77 acres of land, zone CC, ME, HE, R40, and TNC. It's located at the northwest corner of Interstate 84 and South 10 Mile Road. A preliminary plat was previously approved on the southwest portion of the property for Vanguard Village. A final plat is currently in process. The subject property was previously annexed in 2009 and 2011 with the Meridian crossing, the 10 Mile annexation and the 10 at Meridian applications, and are subject to development agreements. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is mixed employment, high density employment, mixed use commercial, and mixed use residential. The applicant requests an amendment to the future land use map and the comprehensive plan to change the designations on portions of the subject property and adjacent properties, resulting in a net change in this area as follows. An increase of 9.26 acres of medium high density residential, an increase of 2.66 acres of high density residential, a decrease of 10.61 acres of mixed use residential, and an increase of 0.32 of an acre of mixed-use commercial, and a decrease of 0.22 of an acre of mixed employment, and a decrease of 1.4 acres of high-density employment. The map amendment includes some cleanup changes recommended by staff on the abutting property to the west, owned by Endurance Holdings, Zone R15, and mostly designated medium high-density residential, and the right-of-way for West Cobalt Drive along the northern boundary of the site, adjacent to Outer Banks subdivision, Zone CC, and designated mixed-use residential, based on the existing multifamily entitlements on those parcels and the applicant's proposed amendment. And those are shown in the pink and white dashed line areas on the exhibit before you. Excuse me. Without including the proposed cleanup changes on adjacent properties, the changes to this property are as follows. Decrease of 2.8 acres of medium high density residential, no change to high density residential, and an increase of 2.3 acres of mixed employment. An increase of 3.74 acres of mixed use commercial, and no change to high density employment. In summary, most of the applicant's proposed changes are just a reconfiguration of existing future land use map designations and not significant changes. A rezone of 7.48 acres of land from the CC to the TNC district, 12.96 acres from the HE and R40 to the CC district, 9.313 acres from the CC to the HE district, and 25.97 acres from the CC and HE to the CG district, and 1.37 acres from the HE to the ME zoning district. A preliminary plat consisting of 38 building lots and 1 common lot on 108.77 acres of land in the TNC, CC, CG, HE, and ME districts. A modification is proposed to the existing development agreements for the Vanguard Village, Fedrizi 10 Mile LLC, SJJV LLC, Janisek Properties LLC, and the 10 at Meridian to consolidate them into one new agreement, which will replace the previous agreements or portion thereof as applicable for Vanguard Village and the 10 at Meridian, and include a conceptual development plan for the overall area. A use area plan is also proposed as follows. Area 1 accommodates a mix of multifamily residential such as townhomes and multifamily. This area is mostly designated mixed-use commercial with mixed-use residential and a small amount of medium high-density residential, and zoned mostly TNC with some CC. The map amendment proposes a mixed-use residential land use designation with TNC zoning for the entire area. A residential density of 8 to 12 units per acre is proposed, which equates to 268 to 402 residential units. A diversity of compatible land uses is encouraged in mixed-use residential areas, which may include a mix of residential, office, retail, recreational, employment, and other miscellaneous uses. While the focus is on residential uses, the horizontal and vertical integration of retail, office, and employment uses is essential. This designation requires developments to integrate the 3 major use categories: residential, commercial, and employment. Only residential uses are proposed in the requested mixed-use residential future land use designation and TNC zoning district. The mixed-use component of the mixed-use residential designation and TNC district is entirely missing. Only one of the 3 major use categories are proposed, and that's residential. No retail, office, or employment uses are proposed as required, which are essential, as I mentioned, in mixed-use residential designated areas. The proposed mixed-use residential designation and TNC zoning is not consistent with the proposed development plan or the intended plan for this area, as the required mix of integrated uses is not provided. Area 2 accommodates predominantly commercial mixed uses, including large format, anchor, and specialty retail, casual and fine dining, entertainment, recreation, hospitality, childcare, and office uses. This area is currently designated mostly mixed-use residential and mixed-use commercial, with a small amount of high-density employment. The zoning is mostly CC with some HE and ME. The map amendment proposes mixed-use commercial and high-density employment land use designations with CC, HE, CG, and ME zoning, with the majority being CC. The mixed-use commercial designation encourages the development of a mix of office, retail, recreational employment, i.e. family wage jobs, and other miscellaneous uses with supporting multifamily or single-family attached residential uses. While the focus of these areas is on commercial and employment uses, the horizontal and vertical integration of residential uses is essential to securing entitlements. As with all mixed-use areas, this designation requires development to integrate the three major use categories: residential, commercial, and employment. In mixed-use commercial areas, 3 or more significant uses also tend to be larger scale projects. Although a mix of commercial uses are proposed, only one of the 3 major use categories is provided, and that is commercial. No major employment uses are proposed as required in either the mixed-use commercial or the high-density employment areas, and integrated residential uses are not proposed in the mixed-use commercial area, which are essential. The proposed mixed-use commercial and high-density employment designations are not consistent with the proposed development plan or the intended plan for this area, as the required mix of uses is not provided. The proposed floor area ratios are also significantly below the goals of 1 to 1.25 or more in the mixed-use commercial area, and exceeding 1.0 in the high-density employment area. Area 3 accommodates medium to higher density office, commercial, recreation, medical, and hospitality uses. This area is currently designated mixed-use commercial and high-density employment with CC, ME, and HE zoning. The applicant proposes a reconfiguration of the mixed-use commercial and high-density employment areas and a rezone to reconfigure the boundaries of the CC, HE, and ME districts accordingly and add CG zoning. The applicant also proposes to change a sliver of the high-density employment area along the west boundary in areas 2 and 3 of the use area plan to mixed employment and rezone from high HE to ME for the southern portion of that area to match that of the abutting property to the west and to align with the future lot line. The ME area will be developed by Adler Industries separate from this development. As previously noted, the floor area ratios in the mixed-use commercial and high-density employment areas are significantly below the established goals of the plan. Although commercial and employment uses are proposed from 3 major use categories, integration of residential uses is not proposed as desired. Office and other employment uses need to be of a much higher intensity in this area in order to be consistent with the mixed-use commercial and especially the high-density employment designation, and designed as compact urban centers rather than lower density suburban style development. Recreation uses are not desired in high density employment designated areas. An open space exhibit and a mobility plan was submitted showing vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle circulation within the site. Typically, all building elevations should comply with the design guidelines in the 10-mile interchange specific area plan and the design standards listed in the Architectural Standards Manual. However, the applicant requests that these guidelines and standards not apply to this development and instead proposes alternate design standards and a design review process of their own for the proposed development as part of the development agreement. While all of the proposed design standards may not expressly align with the guidelines in the 10-mile plan, they seem to generally follow the guidelines and should ensure a high quality of development if council deems the proposed plan appropriate for this area. In summary, staff is not in support of the proposed map amendment and associated rezone based on the proposed conceptual development plan, as it doesn't meet the minimum development guidelines in the 10-mile plan, nor does it provide the mix of integrated uses desired in mixed-use designated areas for the intensity and/or types of uses desired in the mixed-use commercial and high-density employment designated areas. The commission recommendation to council is approval per staff's recommended alternative future land use map designations and zoning. I'll go through a summary of the commission public hearing. Ton Peterson and Elizabeth Allen from Ball Ventures Alquist, they are the applicant, testified in favor. Jeff Wardle from Clark Wardle, Colin Ronhar from Ardura, applicant's representative, also testified in favor. No one testified in opposition. Jenny DeFreitas commented on the application. And written testimony was received from Christina Bolt and Jeff Wardle, the applicant's representative. Key issues of public testimony were as follows. Concern that the proposed development will increase the traffic gridlock on 10 Mile Franklin and I-84. Desire for preservation of the existing tree along 10 Mile Road and any other trees on the site. In support of the services and shopping opportunities proposed within the development. And some were against the proposed development. Key issues of discussion by the commission were as follows. Agreement with staff that the proposed development plan is not consistent with the 10 Mile plan. Concurrence that the 10 Mile plan, being 17 years old, may be outdated and there may be a need to refresh it to reflect current conditions. And general agreement that the proposed development is appropriate for this area and supports staff's suggested path forward with future land use map designations and zoning districts. The commission changes to their staff recommendation. The commission recommended approval to City Council with the additional recommendation that council consider if the proposed future land use map designations and zoning proposed by the applicant are consistent with the proposed development plan and whether those need to be modified as recommended by staff. I would just like to note if council is of the opinion the proposed development plan is more appropriate for this area than that envisioned in the adopted 10 Mile plan, staff suggests alternate future land use map designations and zoning are approved consistent with the proposed development plan as follows. Medium high density residential and R15 zoning for the property in area 1 and commercial and CG zoning in areas 2 and 3. Outstanding issue for council tonight, the staff requested the applicant submit a phasing plan for the overall development to understand the timing of infrastructure improvements. Prior to the council hearing tonight, and the applicant has declined to do so. There have been 13 letters of testimony, all in opposition of the proposed project that have been received by the city since the commission hearing that are included in the public record. Some of the concerns include traffic congestion in the area, and especially 10 Mile Road, overcapacity of various schools against the proposed changes to the 10 Mile plan, inadequate infrastructure, i.e. no city parks and recreation areas nearby, water resource concerns, and against more high-density housing in this area. Staff will stand for any questions at this time.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff? Okay. The applicant will come forward.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jeff Wardle of Clark Wardle. My address is 251 East Front in Boise, here on behalf of the applicant. And I recognize that it's late and you've heard an awful lot, and this is a big application. And I don't mind bringing big applications forward to people because I think big applications are the appropriate way to proceed with things, but big applications are a double-edged sword. So I have a 53 slide PowerPoint if that's what we want to focus on, because we have 4 applications that are in front of you. But I think recognizing the hour and recognizing the questions that I know that you likely have, I don't think that's the best approach. So what I think we ought to do is just kind of talk about what are the big elephants in the room with this application. And I recognize as well that, I have no expectation that we're going to be done in 40 minutes. So I just request that as we go forward with this, that we have a meaningful conversation to work our way through this. So let's start at the very beginning. This application, in my mind, is relatively simple, and it's been something that we've been working on for about 18 months. It's complex because we are bringing you 5 parcels that are subject to 5 separate development agreements. Well, actually, 5 parcels subject to 4 separate development agreements because my partner Heath Clark was here on the little tiny piece that is now not part of a development agreement. That is the little piece on the north up by Cobalt. So you have 5 parcels that are all already annexed and zoned and in the city. You have 5 parcels that are subject to 4 development agreements, of which 3 development agreements were required to come back to you because they didn't, you approved them, you zoned them, you annexed them without site plans. And then you have essentially 2 major areas because we came in, acquired the Meridian, what we call the Meridian 118 property. That is the western piece that we've talked about, and it's down against the freeway. And that was subject to a different application and gone through, but we're trying to integrate all of that. So this is not an annexation. This is not a 250-acre single-family residential subdivision where we can tell your staff we're going to bring on 40 lots in the 4th quarter. We're going to bring on another 60 lots in the next half of next year. In fact, if we get there, I'll show you the slide, but I told staff, I said, part of the reason that you keep wanting a phasing plan and I can't give it to you is the fundamental difference that we all have on mixed use. I appreciate that staff are the keeper of the codes and the keeper of your plans. But you guys have heard me harp on this before about the problem that we have with the mixed use definition. And I posit that you do not have a development code that actually meshes with those aspirations for mixed use. And I also posit that when you hear people object to the density, when you hear people object to some of these other things, you can't have the type of mixed use that was envisioned in this plan 17 years ago. Your code neither mandates it and your code does not support it, and the citizens always complain. So when we look at this, from the very beginning, I told my client we had to be surgical. If we're going to bring these 5 properties together, we need a development agreement that focuses on how do you actually build what's been done? Because you had 5 separate property owners that came forward with, a 20-acre, a 5-acre, a 120-acre, a 70-acre site plan, and they all had their different visions. But we're coming to you saying, okay, here's how you integrate it. Here is how you come forward and you meet the goals of the employment density and you meet the goals in this site for residential. And residential is not a huge part of it, but it's an important part of it. It's a different type of residential and retail and commercial. Now, the obvious thing is, and you hear it, it's like, well, what about 10 Mile? And my answer is, well, what about 10 Mile? When we're implementing the uses and the densities and the mixture of uses that were already contemplated, we have to be committed to moving forward with the plan and with the entitlements and the zoning that comes with it. Because does 10 Mile have current capacity constraints? Absolutely. And why is that? Well, it's not because 10 Mile needs to be widened. It's because we need to finish the Highway 16 extension. We need to finish the Linder Road crossing of the interstate. We need to finish the improvements to Franklin and Black Cat that open up that area. We need to finish the interior collectors, which my clients are already building at this site as part of the first part of the plat that staff talked about, as we're making that connection. We're making that connection from 10 Mile to Black Cat, and that's under construction today. So when we talk about, well, what about 10 Mile? There is no plan to widen 10 Mile. ITD's not planning on building a new interchange. ACHD doesn't have a plan to widen 10 Mile. How do you solve the problems with 10 Mile? You provide collectors that get people off of 10 Mile. So as you build the collector with Umbria collecting up to Franklin so that people do not have to go to 10 Mile to get to, the retail uses, and you make the Vanguard connection underneath the interstate between 10 Mile Crossing and this property, as was part of ITD's plan. As you finish the Highway 16 connection, the unfortunate thing is we built 10 Mile, and 10 Mile takes all of the traffic off of State Highway 16, State Highway 44, and State Highway 55 that's looking to get to the freeway and go east. That's why 10 Mile is constrained. Why else is 10 Mile constrained? Where is the commercial retail development and those other uses? We obviously have done a significant amount of work across the street with Brighton at 10 Mile Crossing. But when we did the first 70 acres there, the biggest complaint was there was no place to get a sandwich at lunch. So we brought in food trucks and did some other stuff, and we've seen some of that come along. But you all have approved significant amount of residential that has been built in West Meridian that does not have the commercial support. Because what's happening is those vehicles are getting on 10 Mile and either getting to the interstate so that they can go up to Meridian Road or Eagle Road for the shopping opportunities that don't exist. So that's why I've called the phasing plan everything, everywhere, all at once. Because if you're doing a mixed use development and our guys are bringing, and we signed a contract today, bringing hospitality users to this site on the 118 piece that we already are platting. But you have a hospitality user, you have a retail user, you have a multifamily user, you have an office user. This is not a project. And I've told our people from the very beginning, I said, you've picked the absolute hardest way to do this because we are focusing on a utility plan and an infrastructure plan that requires putting in that Velagio backbone the whole way and then figuring out how do we serve and meet these other needs for the users that want to be there right now. So when we look at the traffic and we look at the requirements in ACHD's staff report, I don't fault ACHD for making the point that there are no further improvements contemplated for 10 Mile. Because it's part of building out the system. And you all have been here as I've been here with applications up on roads farther to the north, on Eustic and McMillan, on 10 Mile. And the neighbors are always like, well, Highway 16 is going to make it worse. No, Highway 16 is going to make it better because we're disconnecting those local streets so that the through traffic is not filtering through these neighborhoods on Franklin, Eustic, and McMillan to 10 Mile to get on the freeway, that's part of the system. And when you look at essentially a 250 acre parcel that we're bringing to you, only really 180 are subject to this because there've been another residential piece that we've been carved out. You've addressed the mixed employment there to the west. It's not all coming online tomorrow. As a matter of fact, we have a preliminary plat here in front of you that's part of this, but we're going to have to come back with the zoning modifications. We're going to have to come back with those plat applications. We're going to have to deal with that. And so when staff is talking about, well, the uses just don't match. Well, first of all, I posit that's not really what we're here to talk about. And second of all, I posit that when we look at those uses, if you want the ideas of your comprehensive plan regarding how transitions happen, or what floor area ratios are, or how buildings are built on a site, those cannot be aspirational wishes included in a plan. And as I've shared with your staff and your legal counsel, more than happy to help you work on an ordinance that does that. But if you want to hold the corner, you can't just say in the aspirational document, you got to hold the corner and then zone the property CC and then tell us we're not doing it right when we come back going, we've zoned this PCC, but because here are the roads, we need to move some of these around. So what I want to do is let's just focus on the other big issue. Now, it's too late to have the deep theoretical conversation. From the very beginning, I told staff, I don't really think we need to amend the comp plan. We will amend the comp plan if that's what you think we need to do. And I'm fine with the proposed amendment that they've come forward with. As we told P&Z, I think we get to the same exact place, but I'm not the one coming in and saying, let's destroy the 10 Mile plan and throw it aside. I'm saying, let's take the 10-mile plan and actually align it with where the infrastructure is. Let's align it with where the roads are. Let's align it with the zones that are already there. And then let's look, does it make sense to have an HE zone and the CC zone separate this one parcel right there? No, it doesn't. And so we've tried to be very surgical. So comp plan land use map does not have to correspond exactly to the zoning, but as a courtesy, that's what we've attempted to do. And what you see there is we acknowledge there's essentially 3 elements. Now, mixed use residential and mixed use commercial permit CC and TNC zoning. That's essentially what you already have there. It's already been approved. It's how is it configured? So we did this to then go, okay, you know, these bands that are in the 10-mile plan, on its face, the 10-mile plan says, ignore the lines. Lines don't matter. We're just talking about the mixture of uses. And I disagree with staff's characterization. I think this is about as mixed use a project as you can get. Because with the improvements that we're making, I could theoretically live in this project, shop in this project, work in this project, go to my urgent care in this project. I could get my 3-mile run totally in within the project, and I could drop kids off at daycare. And you know what? I could probably have the widget manufactured over on the Adler piece that we need to have. That is mixed use. Years ago, there was a book called Huckleberry Hound Builds a House. And my kids think it's the greatest book ever because they claim it's what I do. And what did Huckleberry Hound do? Well, everybody wanted to live in his house, so he ended up building a condominium and sold a piece to the mice and a piece to other people and all this. And it's a great vision that we all have that. And I love high density, high rise. I live on the 2nd floor of an apartment building in Harris Ranch right now because it's just a midlife thing, I guess. And my wife and I are just loving it. Not everybody wants that. And we look at this 10-mile plan, and 17 years ago, it was a great vision for the west side of Meridian. But what transpired? You approved the village. And the village fundamentally changed what had been contemplated for there because this community is not going to support 2 lifestyle centers. We then had COVID. And for being office developers, we had to pivot and recognize that, you know what, the types of office buildings that we built at 10-mile Crossing, not everybody works in those anymore. And we've all gotten comfortable with remote work. So to jump forward, to the high thing, whether we use my proposed land use map or staff's proposed land use map, we get to the same place because it supports the same zoning. And we don't have to have a fight about what does the mixed use provisions mean. So I'm totally fine with that. The other thing is the outcome is that both maps support the requested and comparable zoning. Both maps get us to the same overall master development plan. Both contemplate and support the type of mixed use development that your plan has called for. And why have we come forward with our own design standards? Well, because the 10-mile specific plan said the city needs to adopt standards, but we encourage developers to develop their own. And when you're coming forward with a mixed use site that's 200+ acres, it is probably appropriate to develop a set of standards that give you an integrated community from a design perspective and not rely on those other elements. If you look at what we've proposed, we haven't thrown the 10-mile plan out. We've said, here's how we're going to implement it. And here are the changes that we have to make because we've learned lessons in 17 years. So that was my 20 minutes. You only saw 12 slides. We got lots to talk about. So I will defer to whatever questions you want to raise.
Thank you. Just so I heard you correctly, there will be 4 cell condominium projects in this development?
I have no idea, Mayor. And as we've had the conversation, I'm more than willing to work with your staff on how we improve condominiums, but it's not just an issue of what your code is, it's the underlying financial realities of what our credit markets do.
I know, I was just playing off of your condominium comment because I got excited and that's what happens with condominiums.
It is, it's.
Fair enough.
I would love to be doing more condominiums, and we've had this conversation, but the reality is for the average purchaser in this market, they are not the first step in the path to, home ownership. There's just too much difficulty in the financing of them.
Council, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I think I'm going to have a lot of questions, but I think if we're trying to make a plan for tonight, which I think would make sense. So city council has a little bit of a loose policy that we try not to go past 10 PM most evenings because we find that our decision-making suffers past that point. And we want to respect everybody's time. So I think one of the best things we could do might be to take public testimony from the folks that are here. And if we have time, we could ask some more questions, and this, I think, is going to get continued, very obviously, but maybe we could get through, just to respect the people that showed up to testify, hopefully get through their testimony. And if we feel like we reached a natural stopping point close to 10, I think that would make sense. I don't know if anyone else,
That's
what you think.
totally fine with me. Thank you.
Okay, then we'll move on to public testimony. Mr. Clerk, who do we have signed up for this one?
Sorry, I couldn't figure out how to use the mouse and my hand at the same time. Gina Johnson, and I have a handout from her I'm putting together for you.
Okay. Good evening. State your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Gina Johnson. My address is 1931 West Tanner Court, Meridian, Idaho 83646. What is being passed out to you is a proposal of a high-density mixed-use alternative. I have been trying to get this presentation in front of you guys since last year. I went in front of the council on April 2nd of this year to see if I could do a presentation for you guys. No one reached back. I do want to make a disclaimer. Ann knows a little bit about the project, and I have met with Bill, and I'm trying to meet with Sonia on the project. But I have been trying to get a project done for my charity. I have been seeking a way to lower costs so that we could operate a facility, a co-op facility. What you see is a massive project indeed, but I have not had any help in terms of from the city or from developers, because all they see is an idea. I have received over 400 different partners in a database I can provide you that are all verbally interested. I have received banks who are interested in financing the entire project. What they need is feedback. What they need is schematics. Obviously, if I was an architect, I'd have them. I'm not. Because of my struggles, I am proposing that you vote against or do a continuance and allow the time for me to work with your staff and with the developers to see if this project is something that they are interested in. A lot of what you see on the presentation is what they are looking to do, but it is a different concept. So for my testimony for now, I would just like to say, think about something different. Think about the people that are really truly needing help. There's so many charities like mine that need help and they can't even afford one space. So we're trying to share a proposed 100-acre space. Obviously, if I had the property, I wouldn't be needing to ask for that help. But I am asking for you guys to do a continuance and for the staff and developers to reach out so that we can see if this project is something that we can all agree on or at least get feedback on. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. You don't own this property, right?
No, ma'am, but I have attempted to work with the landowners and the brokers for almost 7 years. I just haven't been able to make much progress due to COVID and everything else. But my charity will not survive if we cannot find an operational facility. And obviously with the lack of resources due to COVID, the competition to get resources were harder than normal. So no, I don't own the property, but that doesn't mean that the property, other developers that I have had mentorship from see the potential in it, as well as the nonprofit center and other groups. There has been a lot of folks interested in buying the property, but the property owners have never accepted even a meeting request, nor have the developers been willing to meet even just to get a feedback from them.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Schrader.
Yeah, just a comment. Um, I, I will compliment you that you have the creativity, right? And you, I think, are trying to do some good things. At the same time, though, where, we're living in a society that operates on private property. This property is owned by the applicant, and they have no obligation to engage with you.
And I understand that,
Yeah.
Councilman Strader. I just would like the council to understand that there is a market, a need, and that all I've been looking for is feedback. I'm not planning to develop this. I'm not planning to purchase the property. All the people that I want, they just want feedback. And so if the designs were made and so, did somewhere else, that's fine. But we would like the developers to at least extend an arm, because they themselves have just stated they're looking to do something, but they don't know what. I have a solution, doesn't mean you have to take it. We just want to be able to have a chance to have a discourse.
Understood. You are certainly welcome to provide them with this packet if they want to
I
look
would
at
like
it,
to
and
give one, yes, if I can.
hate to come into the middle of that, but yeah.
They have one.
Oh, they have one. Perfect. Thanks.
Council, any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Christina Bolt.
Good evening.
Good evening. Okay, sorry. Christina Bolt, 4747 West Big Creek Street in Meridian, 83642. I have lived off of Black Cat now for 5 years. We first rented there. We are transplants. I am a transplant that wants to keep Idaho just the way it is. I do not. I moved here because of how much I love it here. Sorry, I'm nervous.
You're great.
One thing I just want to say is 17 years ago, I know Idaho was not the same Idaho it is now, especially Meridian 17 years ago. Having a plan to do something now might need to be revamped because Meridian's not the same as it was 17 years ago. I do want to thank you, Mayor, and my District 6 council member for getting back to me when I did reach out about this project. I saw it first on social media. I'm guessing a developer is publicizing that this really fancy project is coming to our neighborhood, which scared me because we have a beautiful, beautiful project, the Village, that everybody can go to. It is a 15-minute drive from Black Cat. 25 if it's, 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But the need for something so large that we already have in our town, in a neighborhood that is already underdeveloped with infrastructure. I mean, you can take the stop sign for our railroad on Black Cat. Don't try and go anywhere at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, or even 5 o'clock down Black Cat going south. It'll take you a while. There's so many things. I have a student in Renaissance. I have a student that just graduated 2 years ago from Meridian. I'm grateful for the school system here in Idaho. It is by far better than a lot of other places, even though that isn't mentioned much. I worry about our school system and the massive amount of multifamily dwellings that are coming up in this neighborhood. I mean, there's a massive one being built off Pine. I can't imagine what Pine, it just opened, which was great for our neighborhood. It alleviated Black Cat and the stop sign a lot, having Pine open. But now we're having all these multifamily dwelling, the amount of traffic that is going to increase. I'm grateful I work from home. I'm grateful my company lets me do that now. But I have to go to Costco at noon so I can get there down 10 Mile. I just think, I appreciate your time. I just think consideration of the neighborhood and the fact that Meridian already has this. Why do we need a second? And what, at this place, at this area in our town, it's unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor? ma'am?
Councilwoman Schrader.
It was Christine, right? Christina, do you mind answering a quick question? So when we made the 10-mile specific area plan, it was 17 years ago. Do you have an issue? I guess help me understand your issue a little bit, because the plan is a little bit dated, but the plan always contemplated high density residential. That's not a new thing. I mean, it's been in the plan for a long time in different forms, but that's always been part of the plan. I know there has been some criticism that this doesn't quite align with the plan. I think that's debatable. We'll probably get into that in a future hearing a little bit more, but if you didn't see, if this wasn't here, what do you think belongs here? Or I guess, do you feel like, because at the end of the day, what we would fall back to, I think, would always be the 10-mile plan that's already been approved, right? And that did have high density residential. So is your issue with the high density residential and you just feel like that should stop entirely in the city? Is your issue with traffic? I mean, just kind of give me a flavor for it, because I just wanted to share with you, though, that there has always been high density residential as a big component of this 10-mile piece, with the idea that at least we wanted people to be living next to, hopefully, where they're working, where they're shopping, and wouldn't be having to drive all around. So
That makes sense. I think that the massive expansion, it isn't just there. The multifamily dwelling is popping up all along Franklin in all of the industrial and residential areas. I mean, the Loft was a massive, area. You've got the one on Pine, the one on, south of the railroad tracks. It's also going in back behind some of that school that's over there. I mean, that entire area, all of our homes now are being surrounded by apartments.
So your criticism, if hopefully I'm not mischaracterizing this, is you feel like you feel there's been overbuilding of multifamily
in that
area.
Specific, I mean, you go from Cherry, 10 Mile, Black Cat to the freeway. And in just that section, I mean, there aren't any single family homes being built. I understand growth. I'm a transplant. I am a part of that growth. But why is it all just one singular way of building? Where are the additional single family homes? I mean, my son is a 18-year-old who's doing really, really well and looks to start a family soon. He can't buy a home. Why would he want to raise a family in a single bedroom apartment? There's so many things, right? For small families, young families that can't afford markets in Meridian. I mean, he couldn't even afford an apartment here. He had to go to CUNA.
Thank you. It's very complex, and I appreciate you testifying. I think one of the challenges is the location, right? So I would almost always rather put big apartment buildings next to the interstate as opposed to all the way across town, sort of making the problem worse. But it is complicated. I appreciate you, though, providing your insight, and hopefully I have understood where you're coming from.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And just to add, if I may, we have and I know that it isn't in our county and in our city, but 3 miles just down the interstate, there is a massive empty business lot that did not survive. The Gateway in Napa. What happens to the village when the district comes? Is that going to be another empty giant lot of just concrete?
Thank you.
Just food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Carla Ehlers.
Chris, you get the prize for saying my last name correctly. I am Carla Ehlers. My address is 4731 West Blue Creek Court in Meridian. My biggest concern with this proposal is the request to increase the acreage for housing, both high density and medium high density housing. This area of 10 Mile already has one of, if not the very largest concentrations of high density housing in Meridian, as well as a large chunk already zoned for medium high density residential next to it. There are currently 3,000 apartments built and or approved within 2 miles of this location. Meridian's comprehensive plan states we should avoid concentration of any one housing type in any geographical area and maintain a range of residential land use designations. Modifying the zoning to add more high-density housing to an even medium high-density housing in this area doesn't match. The comprehensive plan also states the city is committed to meet and protect the needs of existing residents. Existing residents need good roads. Current traffic levels on 10 Mile are unacceptable to residents, and ACHD has given an F rating. The comprehensive plan states that while the city does not directly control the roadways, its land use decisions directly affect them, and future land uses have been developed to support existing area transportation plans, as well as to guide the future of build-out. I don't believe that making an exception to the future land use map by adding more residents in high and medium high densities next to an already unacceptable busy road is in harmony with this goal. Good schools are another need of existing residents, and the plan champions Meridian as a premier community in education. Chaparral Elementary, the public school zone to serve every single one of the 1,900 existing apartments, as well as the 1,100 apartments that are already approved or under construction in the 10 Mile interchange area, is at 99% capacity this year. Chaparral does not possess the capacity to serve all these future students, let alone children from the additional housing proposed in this plan. I recognize the city is not the final authority on schools, but the comprehensive plan states the city encourages an exceptional educational system and that the city will encourage communication to plan for growth associated with schools. Saying no to more high density and medium high density housing in this already densely populated area would honor these commitments. I'm concerned with the number of exceptions that are being requested as development increases in this area. Making exceptions to our current future land use map that adds significantly more residents before implementing the necessary infrastructure improvements to accommodate the growth does not add to the quality of life for Meridian residents. It diminishes it. As Meridian grows, as we all know it is, it's the responsibility of citizens and elected officials to take proactive steps to ensure that growth is thoughtful, purposeful, and in line with the needs and wants of our current residents. I feel it's reasonable to pause some of this growth, specifically in relation to the 10 Mile plan and Meridian's comprehensive plan, to assess how things are going and maybe even change direction. Timing is important in these decisions, and I don't believe this is the time to add more high and medium high density housing in this area. Thank you.
Carl, council, any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next, Colin Ronauer. Elizabeth Allen. Ryan Manwaring.
Hello, City Council and Mayor. Thank you for being here tonight and letting me speak. I agree with what Mrs. Ehlers just stated full-heartedly. I'm a parent of, well, I guess you want my address. I'm going to give you my registered agent address just for privacy, 784 South Clearwater Loop, Suite D, 83854. I am a parent of children that go to schools in this area, and I'm a healthcare provider. I'm a mental health provider for individuals in this area. I'm very concerned about the infrastructure, how it lags. We tend to throw everything at the, let the developers kind of make their dollar, they get out of town, and then we're left kind of picking up the pieces and figuring out where do we go from here. And if you've ever been to Salt Lake or many other cities, but I personally saw gentrification happen in Salt Lake. I worked with the homeless population there, and it's a big deal. It's very complex. There's not like one solution to it, but all the factors that went into that massive homeless situation they've been dealing with. the decisions were made decades and decades before that actually happened. And so this comprehensive plan, yeah, I don't agree with the decisions that, and I don't necessarily agree with how these decisions happen so quickly. It's hard for me as a resident. I'm working full time to get out and be involved. I should be, going to bed right now. But I wanted to get out and voice my concerns about this. The quality of education for our kids is impacted here. We've got healthcare issues. When these companies come in development, these are very luxury areas for living. The commercial areas, it's not necessarily what people need to like survive. They need diapers, they need food, they need like security, they need stability, they need safety. We need to make sure the vandalism increases as these, when the development outgrows the infrastructure. Then all of these areas have these HOAs, right? Look around Meridian and there are no new developments happening without HOAs. That's a thing of the past. That it's tough to find those, and those HOAs all add to cost of living. So we've got to slow things down. This isn't necessarily helping the people that are going to get affected during the COVID and the recessions, kind of at this poverty level that really get hit hard, like in Salt Lake. And so, thank you.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, was
Councilor
it
Schrader.
Mr. Manwaring? Did I get that right? Yeah, when I think of gentrification, I think of like, a big shiny condo building going up in an established neighborhood, right? I mean, I used to see that, happening in Brooklyn, happening in, when I lived in a bigger city. This doesn't feel quite the same way to me. Maybe I'm looking at it differently. I just kind of want to understand your perspective. I don't feel like this is displacing an existing established neighborhood. Can you help me better understand what your concerns are around that?
Sure. So when you have people, we have a lot of more affluent people moving in to occupy this development. It's not necessarily serving, the income levels that are currently here in this area.
Okay. Mr. Mayor.
And I've seen the aggressive rate hikes, the way they're very aggressive about the rents and evictions. Like they start out a little bit low, so it's just a little bit affordable. Then that next year, boom, it goes up, and it's just on the other side, trying to work with people that are already at this level. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting though, right? With thousands of multifamily apartment units coming online, it feels like if there was an oversupply that we would see kind of a correction in rents, right? You would think. So it's interesting. Okay, no, I appreciate you just sort of explaining a little bit kind of like where you're coming from a little bit more. I think it is good feedback for the applicant when they come back. Maybe they could speak to some of their plans for the residential components here and kind of help us better understand how they're positioning those.
Yeah, the high density doesn't necessarily hit the income levels that we have here.
Depends, doesn't it? Yeah.
And the schools, I don't know where schools were involved in have they walked the halls of these schools? Have we walked the halls? I have, and I'm letting you know, they can't really handle more density as well. So it's not just about rents and increased supply of housing. It's also the infrastructure that greatly affects the quality of life and as well for people.
Thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, last signed up is Jim Cox.
Is there anybody present who would like to provide testimony, or anybody online who would like to provide testimony on this item? Or online, use the raise your hand feature.
Mr. Mayor, we have Natalie's phone. Natalie, you can unmute.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you doing it online. I have some kids at home asleep and my husband's out of town for work. I just wanted to get on. I've loved the testimonies beforehand. I appreciate Ryan Manwaring's and Carla Ayler's there. I'd just like to echo that we've been residents of Meridian for 10 years now. We've loved this area of town, and to see it get completely destroyed by high density housing has been absolutely heartbreaking. I like to echo what Carla Ehlers was saying about it deviating from allowing this to continue, deviating from the plan of Meridian. We cannot have that high concentration of housing of one type in one area. It just does not work for the city. It doesn't work for traffic flow, and it does not work for your current residents. Again, going to the point of schools, I've had children in these Meridian schools from kindergarten now through 6th grade, and I can tell you there is a major difference in the education quality in the last 3 years, and it has all been coming with this high density housing. It is changing the way our school system's working. It's changing the way our city is run. It's changing the quality of life here. And I don't think that's fair to our current residents. And I do not want this. And I do not think that will be the best interest of Meridian. Thank you.
Natalie, for the record, can you set your address, please?
Yes, 3848 West Park Creek Drive, Meridian, Idaho, 83642.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay. Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to provide testimony on this item? Okay, with that, council, we have reached the end of our public testimony. How would you like to proceed at this point in time? And the applicant's coming forward to say something to this effect, I assume.
I recognize it's late. I recognize you're going to do what you do. I also think that we would like guidance as to what you specifically want to talk about when we come back. That would be helpful. And we just need some guidance and some, I recognize from the comments earlier about the council's travel schedule as well as my travel schedule or such that we need to move this along, but move it along in a way that we can make this come to a conclusion.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
Yeah, I guess, curious if I don't think we need to renotice this, right? We could just continue it for a week, potentially. We could even discuss it next week. I think we have a fairly light agenda. I think most people are in town. I'm kind of like looking around to see if we get head nods and okay. Yeah, so maybe would it work for you if we continued this to our regular public hearing next week?
Yeah, if we could continue to next week, that would be great.
Okay, great. I think that would be fine for us. So we'll get there in a second. It does seem like some feedback, at least initial feedback, would be helpful for you. But I don't know if we've sort of heard everything we want to hear. So I don't know.
Well, if we're coming back next week and it's a light agenda, let's just deal with it then.
Okay.
Let everybody get refreshed and I'll be back ready to answer whatever question.
Okay, Councilwoman Schrader.
Sure. Yeah, I definitely think that makes sense. It just from previous experience with the group, I would say you're definitely going to want to focus on deep dive on roads, on schools, what do you envision this to look like? I think some specifics around what kind of design you have in mind and why you feel it's acceptable and you should get a deviation from the 10 mile specific standards would probably make sense. That's just off the top of my head, but.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I think another really important piece that will probably need to be covered is, like, I can appreciate the applicant's approach, maybe reluctance to be able to answer the phasing question. Perhaps a timeline question, I think, is more in line, particularly related to some of the talking points that the applicant provided around Highway 16, Linda Road overpass, and how they believe those being fully constructed will alleviate the pressure that 10 Mile currently has.
Mr. Mayor.
Hopefully that helps. Oh.
Councilman Whitlock.
And Jeff, just a quick thought, because I drive this road every day on my way to work. So just wondering again on the traffic pattern, you said pushing some of that west to Black Cat. if you punch all the way through, and then coming up north through Umbria to Franklin. Again, I don't know they're going to go over to 16 to get onto the freeway. They're going to turn around and come all the way back. So the traffic issue. and
Right, the
pattern-
traffic issue, and that makes sense, and we will come back and discuss that in more detail.
And then as I've read through the public comments that have come in, one of the thoughts was open space. There really isn't a park in that area or neighborhood facilities that, if you're putting in high density residential, they're all going to drive out and up to Fuller Park, and that's what the public testimony has been. So,
and just to clarify that point, when we look at this total application, you have only 30 acres, which are designated for residential. And of those 30 acres, 24 are already zoned for residential. So in the grand scheme of things, we've merely proposed an additional 9 acres. So this is, just to be clear for the public, this is a commercial development that has a residential component. This is not 180 acres of multifamily residential.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman
And
Moore.
Jeff, I think staff pointed that out clearly. You've got some push and pull and some trade-offs and moving things around. And it might be helpful to, and again, I know you're hesitant to talk about the phase process in all of this, but it might be helpful to just expand a little further on what the commercial side of this looks like, how that affects the overall picture of traffic in and out of this 180 acre.
Okay.
Yeah, will be destination for the community, will be people coming off the interstate more so based upon the type of commercial you see going first. Some of that might be helpful towards some of these conversations.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schroeder.
Yeah, and just, I think Brian had given you a good suggestion with trying to focus on alleviating concerns about open space and recreation. I mean, I can't think of any high density apartment projects we've ever approved that did not have, some type of outdoor amenities for the kids. And I would be shocked if you were not contemplating that and you could not discuss that. So I think that's great advice to focus on that too.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I've been trying to dust off my memory banks from way back in the day. When we had the first public hearings, I certainly wasn't sitting in this position, but I was sitting in another position for the city. And we were trying to decide on what type of overpass we were going to put in at 10 Mile and what we were going to ask for. And we settled on that time as the SPUI, the single point urban interchange that we have today. When that was done and many developers were in the room, it was an open public meeting at that time. And this was well over 15 years ago. I can't even tell you how many years ago it was. The vision for the area where this project is had a vision, and the words I can remember them coming out of Mayor Tammy DeVere's mouth. She'd love to see a place where you could work, live, shop, play, all in one stop. And I've heard you mention 3 of the 4. And I know Brian just mentioned the other one, which is where are we going to have them play? Where's that spot going to be amongst this whole development? Because I think you've covered the other 3 really well.
I think that we're there, and I won't be here next week, so you won't get to see my fine face for the conversation, but and Bill or Sonia can correct me, but we've had conversations about the 10 Mile area specific plan being out of date. We're pretty much done with all the projects. I mean, even though this has already been annexed, the plan is pretty much, we're at the end of the plan. There's not that many more parcels that could be annexed that are really part of the plan in a lot of ways. And I think that this has been an ongoing conversation for about the last 5 years about the challenges with the plan that have had certain modifications throughout it, both on the other side of the road with some design standards, other projects where council's made some different elements where actually they are single-family residential on this side of the road or in this general area. So it's a very unique struggle, challenge, plan, et cetera. But we're pretty much there. And that's part of the reason why I haven't brought back, like, let's go back and revisit the entire plan because there wouldn't be that much to even talk about at this point in time.
No,
Based on what's
and Mr. Mayor,
annexed.
you're absolutely right. I mean, the zoning decisions have been made. This property's been annexed, and this is really about, okay, now that we know where Vanguard got aligned in this grand scheme of things, how do we implement that way? So I agree. I appreciate these comments. We'll be back with additional answers to those topics.
Okay, well, with that, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we continue H 2023-0071 to next Tuesday.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to continue this item to September 24th. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued. Okay. Council, anything under future meeting topics or a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.